Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, November the 22nd. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of Trading Room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. So lots happening this morning, actually. A lot of retailers are having good days, including, you know what, my best store, my favorite store, Best Buy. So let's take a look at some of these retailers. We've got ANF. I think ANF also. No, AEO, American Eagle, through the 200-day moving average also. So that could be a little bit significant. There we've got the 200-day moving average is 1384, so it's just a little bit above it. So there's American Eagle. ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch, ANF, another earnings play. And Best Buy, BBY, another earnings play, getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Burlington, BURL, another earnings play. All these retailers, guys, all these retailers having pretty decent reactions anyway. Look at this, another one through the 200-day moving average for Burlington, BURL. So those are some of the retailers that I'm seeing. ONCS from yesterday, man, what a move it had yesterday, late, and continuation. So this got up to 578 yesterday, closed at 5, now it's 650. I can't remember if I had any news. I mean, you did a reverse split on the 8th, but that's not the news, of course. I have no idea if they had specific news yesterday. I can't see any right now in my headlines. Anyway, low float. This was a very, very low float, under $1 million in the float. You know, guys, keep an eye on this DLO. I don't think there's much volume yet, but boy, it's just inching its way back. Yeah, 29,000, but just inching its way back after getting pummeled back here on the 16th last week. Just inching its way back. Broadway, or was it Brainwave or Broadway? Brainwaves? Brainsway, okay. BWAY. A little bit of a move. Look at these things when there's a target of 375 put on by Raymond James. However, it's cut from 8, so take that. I mean, the next high is 278. Another low float, 10 million in the float. The grind. GRND from last week. This was an awesome one last week for some of us who traded it. So actually, forget about it, I guess. It popped up to 22. Looked like it was up a lot more when I was watching it. Anyway, there's GRND. PBR from yesterday, just getting thumped here. PBR from yesterday, Brazilian energy play, just getting absolutely thumped. It's a big move again, 3.7 billion in the float to move 14%. UBS double downgrades Petrobras on upcoming direction switch. TBLT, some kind of a deal with Kazakhstan. TBLT, let's see if it's holding its gains. Not really. 285. Well, I guess it's not terrible, but 285. And it's another low float situation. We haven't seen this one for a while, where these days when it was just soaring, even a few days ago, got up to 4. And Pali, Pali, fast track designation. It's holding. It is holding. Another low float situation. Somebody said they did a reverse split not that long ago, I guess. anytime you see 1.25 million in the float, you know at some point they did a reverse split. I just don't know how when they did it. But anyway, so fast track designation. Tiva, I guess, boy, this thing's been going on forever. I thought they'd already finalized this, but Tiva, some kind of a finalizes terms of the nationwide opioid settlement. Seems like this has been going on forever. So this did pop up to about 940, but it's pulled right back down to 9 now. Ah, Zoom. Remember good old Zoom. ZM, guys, ZM, earnings play. I had to pull up that monthly chart just to remember. These days back here when Zoom was up at almost $600. Wow. $74 now. Trying to recover just a little bit, but it is down 6.8% on earnings. And just as I was opening the room or getting on the mic, ROL was having a, yeah, ROL. I don't see any reason for it. It's not an earnings play, but that's a big gap, guys. I mean, look at this daily up here. It almost looks like this was a buyout. But anyway, look at this daily here and taking all this out. What's the low here is 39.84. So it's basically at that low of that day. And then when you look left, 36.97 is the next low. It's an offering. Yeah, I just don't see it. Has it hit my IB headline? So you're saying ROL is an offering? Thanks, Larry. Your news must be pretty up to date. Well, that makes sense then if it's an offering. So it's moving down on that offering. Do you have a price for it? Oh, Casa also said an offering. Okay. Any price for that? Surprised I don't have it in my IB headline news. This was okay. This happened after hours, obviously. So actually, I suppose if I no, interesting that I don't have it here. Anyway, okay. So it's an offering. Hey guys, how about that NOTV? If you're in the room yesterday, you know I took this one, and you know what? That worked out pretty nicely. This was all based on sort of a combination of the histogram, and it worked out really nicely. Got all the way up to 678. Can still watch this one today. I mean, this is a little bit like the DLO, a little bit like the DLO, got hammered down. DLO was the monkey one, okay, and NOTV was the one from Muddy Waters, but it's recovering also. Oh, did I put ONCY? Yeah, I made a mistake. Sorry. Yeah, that should be when I put that in there, yeah, it should be, obviously it should be ONCS. Yes, sorry about that. ONCS, not ONCY. At least somebody's paying attention. You never know if anybody really looks at what I post for the pre-market movers. '21, good morning. And the SHC from yesterday, let's take a look at this one and see, I mean, this one could be interesting. Again, 806 is the high. Of course, yesterday's high was way up here at 968, but on the daily chart, 806 is the high. Okay, so it's basically there. Not much volume yet. This had some news. Favorable court ruling is what popped that one yesterday. Well, I don't doubt. Well, I'm assuming, yeah, you might listen to me, but what I post, look at DLO, guys. Sorry about this. I mean, this DLO, it's just got that look. Note V, not V, and DLO have got the similar looks, just recovering. All right, 912. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Briefing.com feeds it to me. Wow. Okay. We have not very many upgrades. We have a big downgrade list. I'm surprised with this shortened week. Maybe they're getting them all in right now. Might be interesting to take a look at the Argentinian country ETF. I don't know what that is. Anybody know what the Argentinian country ETF is? Put it out there just for fun. And for those of you who follow stuff outside of stocks, you probably know what I'm talking about. All right, there are the upgrades. And as I say, we've had a lot of downgrades, guys. So let me get a few of them in here. See if I can. I wish I could find a way to copy and paste them. I just can't do it from the way it's presented to me. John downgraded. So what I'm looking for really is same stock downgraded by a bunch of different firms. I'm not seeing that right now. A few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Again, I don't see any multiple ones on either side. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, what is ARGT? Just for fun. This is okay. Morning, Aja. Let me get these upgrades and downgrades. I'll answer your question about Pally in a second. Just let me get these upgrades and downgrades into our YouTube room. All right, so what do I think about Pally? Well, as always, got to wait for the market to open. But I mean, all I can say right now is that it's holding. You know, it got up to 323, but it hasn't completely crashed yet. Understanding that fast track designation sometimes it means I mean, it's a feel good thing, right? It's a feel good. If you don't know what fast track designation is, you can kind of look it up. But whether or not this is going to sustain it, of course, it is a low float. So, being a low float with that, I said a feel good headline, just have to wait for the market to open. Now, the next high looking left is 397. So, yeah, so there is some room. You got as high 322 in the pre-market, but the next high on the daily chart is 397. So, I mean, there is certainly some room. When I say that, again, I mean, just have to wait for the market to open. I would never be taking this now, but it's a very low float. So you can see it's almost traded, well, it's traded the float almost double. Actually, look at KWeb this morning. Yeah, but not yeah, I mean, sometimes we've seen up like +4, plus -4%. So, I mean, it's down. Don't get me wrong, it is down, but continuation. All right, let's take a look at, we are in for a positive open. So let me click on new from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And you guys still see show more or something like that. I'm on the development version I'm on. I don't see that anymore. So I'm going to click on sector status. That's how you can get down to the sector status cell. And let's see what the major sectors are doing. So I always like to look at the energy sector first. Usually it's an all or nothing. So what you're seeing here, XLE, first of all, these are the major sectors. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% green, what that means is that 100% of those stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So I haven't checked the price of oil, but I guess it must be up a little bit. So let's check some of the other sectors. Communications, even communications, okay, 88% are above yesterday's close. Tech, 64%. So as we speak, there's really, I mean, healthcare is probably the weakest sector. I don't usually count utilities, so healthcare is probably about the weakest sector. Industrials and healthcare, about 50-50. Of course, this can all change in a heartbeat. You know, if I look at this, but in about 45 minutes, but I look from the change from the open as opposed to yesterday's close, we could have a different picture. Now, here's my exercise I like to go through again in the morning. Take a look at where they are in relation to the 200-day moving average. So XLE is still a star. I mean, look at that 200-day moving average way down here. Okay, that's that green line. So XLE is way above the 200-day moving average. Retail with its big pop, shouldn't say big pop, but I mean, all the retailers having a decent day, getting close to that 200-day moving average. It's funny because last week Target had earnings and that looked like that was going to collapse the retail market like it did last time. And no, because afterwards we had Macy's and we had a bunch of the other retailers that didn't do too badly. And then we've got a raft of them today that are, all positive. So getting close to that 200-day moving average, 67.19, 67.24, we're at 66.65. So another one getting close to the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, XLP. XLP above the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, above the 200-day moving average. Let's go up to industrials, XLI, above the 200-day moving. I mean, you know, these are major sectors, guys, all above the 200-day moving average. XLF, a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Now, discretionary should be below. It was below yesterday, yeah. So discretionary, which, you know, consumer discretionary, quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Makes sense. People just aren't spending money on. Though retail, it's funny, the retailers are doing okay. Materials, XLB, right on the 200-day moving average. And I'm going to go to XLK, which is technology. It was getting reasonably close, but it's starting to drift away from the 200-day moving average. And here's the worst one by far, guys. XLC, communication stocks, way below the 200-day moving average. So, you know, as strong as energy has been, communication stocks have been basically the flip, really, really bad. From our YouTube room, IINN from IJA. Let's take a look at IINN. Probably no volume. Oh, you surprised me. 378,000 shares. Okay, so what's happening? Okay, so it had a pop up to 175. It's pulled right back down, signing an exclusive distribution agreement for HYLA blood sensors with Innovamed. Okay, it's an Israeli stock. But it did pull right back down. Low float. Also, it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. I wonder who's more careful, William or me? I still think I'm more careful than you. Yeah, so we didn't see this in the pre-market when I was doing my pre-market work, double INN, but there it is now. Yeah, look at the fee. So there's IJA. So yeah, so first of all, a couple things. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers immediately. And if they could try to find stocks for me, 105% borrow rate. So that's a Yeah, you guys were talking about Mara, and so I guess what Bitcoin's had a bit of a pop this morning. BITO, look at BITO, bit of a pop. You guys, remember CDIO was a big one yesterday? It's down 10%, not very much volume. I'm really interested to see how well this DLO holds 14. I mean, the volume, you know, the volume is starting to pick up, but DLO trying to hold 14. Look at that in the pre-market. Yeah, Disney. Let's see if it kind of tries to reclaim 100. I'm going to stick an alert around 101 for Disney. I don't think it'll happen today, but let's see if the returning CEO is trying to put a spark back into Disney. And the market is still looks like we're going to have definitely a positive open unless we see some giant red bars. Only have 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes from the open to the open. The ONON, it's funny. We looked at this one yesterday. This was a Goldman upgrade to what was it, $28? $27, I think. However, what I didn't see yesterday is that they had dropped their price target from 38 to 27. I did not see that today or yesterday. For some reason I did not see that headline. All I saw was a price target of 28. So this is a lot different from that FDMT, where they put a price target initiating a buy plus a price target of 68. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying it's going to get to that 68, of course, but that was a lot different. It's not like they had a $100 price target that they were dropping it to 68. So it's a little bit more misleading. Burlington, let's take a look at BURL. Yeah, I mean, for a $178 stock, 178.80, 179.30, I mean, it's a 20-cent spread right now. I mean, it's not bad. I'm sure it widens and all that, but even a 50-cent spread for a 179-cent stock, or $179 stock is not terrible. I'm not saying to buy it. I'm just saying when you guys were talking about that, I thought, well, now you see, yeah, it's going a little bit more crazy. 177.50, 179. But yeah, I mean, in the pre-market, some of these are very tough with the spread. But it tore through that 200-day moving average. But if you want something a little cheaper that did kind of the same thing, AEO. Let's take a look at AEO. Is it still holding? Yes, it is still holding the 200-day moving average. Okay, there it is, 1384. So it's still above the 200-day moving average. And a slightly better spread, 1412, 1420. Less than a minute. Yes. Yes. Thank you, William. So, okay, guys, less than a minute for the market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And if I were new to trading, I would not trade in the first 30 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. I know it's always fun to get one that runs right from the beginning, but more often than not, that's not what happens with most stocks. Okay, they might run, they come right back down, go up and down, up and down. And you can get easily whipped out of your position. All right, we are now open. And let's see. SHC on the way down now. Okay, I think I had an alert set to. That's right. This is one that could have gone both ways yesterday. On that, the beginning of the day had a huge move, and then for most of the day after that, it was a great, almost like an all-day short. What's the low of yesterday? 765 is the low of yesterday. Almost got there. 777. If it takes that low yesterday, I mean, look out below $6. So I'm just going to stick an alert, price alert around 760 and see if it takes that out later on. Okay, well, DLO did not hold 14. Not yet, anyway. Oh, Carvana, my goodness, Carvana continues into the journey into the abyss. Look at Carvana, CVNA, almost an all-time low again. All right, well, if this double I, double N gets above 135, it might get interesting again. The high of that 915 candle, pre-market candle. Well, Pally's got the room, for sure it's got the room. I mean, if it wants to keep going, 397 is the next high looking left for Pally, P-A-L-I. They'd have some news, fast track designation. Well, the only way I'll take this one early is if it takes out that high of the pre-market, 321. I may dabble in it. Lots of volume coming in. You're going to trade the float many, many times today. I read an article this morning about Icahn and GME. Mr. Carl being super, super, super short GME. All the started at in the 400s. Speaking about meme stocks, you just mentioned Bed Bath and Beyond. See, I mean, look what you can get, guys. 2266, 2140. I mean, you know, that's a pretty big spread for ANF right off the bat. That's why I like to wait. Pally holding 3. Pally is holding 3, P-A-L-I. You know, if it explodes through that high, that pre-market high, I may break a little bit of a rule. Okay, guys, AEO on the move. AEO is on the move through that 200-day moving average, like nothing now. And earnings play, of course, AEO. Okay, Pally guy, P-A-L-I, maybe getting close here. There's that pre-market high. Pally is 320. AEO guys, American Eagle just soaring. Watching the Pali, P-A-L-I. I know it's early, but again, that 318, at 320 pre-market high takes that out. I could get it rocking. Just watching the Pali. Okay. Okay, guys, this is again a bit of a rule breaker for me, but let's see what happens. All right. Okay. I took some out in the 50s, guys. Wow. Wow. Okay. Nice early. Nice. It looks like it's halted too. So I took some out in the 50s. So great call by Shady early. I did not want to take it when he did, but I was holding off for that 320 break, and it is halted now. So I got some out in the 50s. And it is now halted. Again, I don't often do that, guys. I don't often take something in the pre-market, but breaking the pre-market high was kind of my trigger. But again, kudos to Shady for getting in. I don't know what price you got in, probably around 3, so that's good. But let's see what happens when this opens. That's a rush. You got to admit, that's a rush. When you see you're in a play and you see a move like that on a percentage basis, wow. Okay, so obviously I'm going to be watching. Here's the halt, 9:37 plus 21 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 9:42 plus 21 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Somebody asked an email. I don't know if you're in the room, but I don't know why sometimes it says volatility, sometimes it says reason number 26. They're the same. I have no idea why they sometimes mix it like that, but they're both the same. Whoa, and look at this big red bar now, guys. Big red bar in the SPY. Okay, guys, again, obviously I'm watching this one. Now, the next high looking left was 397. So, I mean, that's another reason why I took this trade, is because it also had room. If it didn't have the room looking left, I would never have taken the trade, but the next high was 397. So I said, okay, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance until 397. Another halt, guys, EBON, EBON on the way up, EBON on the way up. China stock. Not a low float. Oh boy, come on. This is what we're looking at. Maybe a 4 open. 42.21. So we are still a little more than a minute from the open if it's a 5-minute halt. And this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price. You can't see the symbol here, but it is the PALI. There's the halt price, and here's the could be open. What you want to see is above that halt price, of course. Okay, maybe 30 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. So I'll just keep this up here. Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anticlimactic. Well, I'll give this a little bit longer. So it's not going to be a right-on 5-minute halt, which bugs me a little bit because, so it could be a 10-minute halt. Well, I have no strat. Well, I can't do anything, of course, until it comes out of the halt. But understand, I'm back. I'm in at 322, so then I've taken some off at 350. If it pops immediately, I'm sure I'll take some more off. But unfortunately, it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. Usually there are multiples of 5. Just have to hope that this, this 4 holds. You know what? Yeah, so I'm just looking here. Was it halted again at 4? I don't think it came out of the halt, did it? We don't see it coming out of the halt. I didn't see any movement here. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it didn't come out of the halt. Okay, well, another 5 minutes. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, that'll be 9:47 plus 21 seconds. So I can divert my attention to something else. AMGN, take a look at AMGN from Zach, probably a red candle. Macy's is still strong, guys, after that earnings 3 days ago. Macy's is still strong. Look at the volume coming in even. Yeah, ONCS, not shortable for me, so you're asking about that one. Well, it is not holding its gains. It's what else can we say? Not holding its gains. ONCS still up 14%. Okay, again, obviously I'm just keeping an eye on the PALI. Well, that 4 is holding. Boy, guys, American Eagle just, well, I got to say it, it's soaring. American Eagle is soaring off earnings. It had no pullback whatsoever. What did A&F do? Because that was, the A&F is a little more choppy. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, getting close to the, oh, good. Look at this, 420, 420, 410, 410. I'll just say over 375. Okay, we'll see if this is going to be the 10-minute halt then. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, okay. Okay. Okay, guys, taken some out just over the about 410. It popped up to what, 430, 440. Don't have that much left. Wowzer. Well, you just never know. You know, fast track designation doesn't, but because of the float, I guess. What scan? Pre-market, Rob. I mean, I can see it here in the races. It's won a couple of races, but we knew about this in the pre-market. Okay, one of the scans I'm sharing. Yep. Hold it again. Wow. Well, if you took it, guys, nice start for the day. Holy smokes. Um, yeah, so if you click on my homepage link, and you go to my scan section, and pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market, okay? And I can bring it up again. And you probably, Pally is going to be right at the top of the list now. Oops. Stop it. There we go. See, Pally's right at the top of the list. Now this is, I mean, it's still active this, but if you would open this up before the market opened, you would have seen Pally probably right at the top of the list or certainly in the top 5. So we knew about it. Wow. I think, you know what? I think we're starting to get back into the low float stuff again. I said yesterday, the fact that there are not that many earnings plays, so traders are looking for other things to do, and the low floats seem to be taking over again. So we might be in what we call our low float mania again. Okay, what time is it now? 9:51. Wow, what a what a day already. JW Nordstrom, the JWN. I think somebody said they were long this one yesterday. This is getting interesting. Obviously, it's a retailer. They have earnings after hours today. Sorry, after hours today. Well, if they fall, hey, this is no recommendation to hold this through earnings, okay? But boy, look at this. There's that 200-day moving average. So this is an earnings play. Urban is not. It's starting to drift down now, guys. URBN, Urban Outfitters, starting to drift down. And this is actually a short from the AI too, 2677. Don't mind talking about it now after the fact. 2612 right now, so that's a decent short so far from the AI. Wow. Well, I didn't try to anticipate that DLO was going to really rock. Remember, I was saying, could it hold 14? Well, the answer is no. So far, this is shortable too, guys. For me, anyway. Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there's very low fee rate. This is shortable. DLO. Look at this, really collapsing. I mean, because I wasn't watching this at all. I was completely fixated on the Pally. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will be 10:03 plus 41 seconds. So did I say 10:03? I meant 9:50. 9:50. Sorry, 9:50. It's open. 9:53 plus 41 seconds. Wow, it's still strong. Still strong. Holding 5. Holy. Um, wow. This is incredible. I mean, I was just about set to get rid of everything. The next high looking left is 699. Oh, wow. Okay, I took some out at was that 639. So it's about 635. I have so little left right now. What a trade. Hopefully you guys, I mean, Shady, call it first. There never were shorts for me at Interactive Brokers for Pally. Yeah, I'm completely out of this now, guys. That's it. Wow, I didn't have very much left. So I had 3 sales in at 322, sold 352, around 410, and the last just around 635-ish. Not the last. That was just before the last. I didn't have very much left though. It's high fives. All right. Well, it's going to be tough to top that move. So I heard you talking about Dell in the pre-market, William. Yeah, so Dell is also an earnings play. Well, I have my eye on one of their computers, one of their laptops. I already have a pretty nice one, but I wouldn't mind getting another one. But they're going to have to drop the price for me to get it. Hmm. Wow, Urban on the move. That's a great alert from the AI guys. This is boy. This Urban looks like it's going to go negative now. Urban URBN. So this is sort of what is XRT doing right now? XRT retail sector main one. XRT. Yeah. So it's still positive. What do you mean a low quality product? I've had good success with Dell products, so I can only speak for myself. The one thing I will say, yeah, I'm drifting off. Their support is awesome. Awesome support. I mean, really, if you do have an issue. That's been my experience anyway. Double X double I, guys. What is this one trying to do? Double X double I. Next high looking left is 122. Not interested. Okay, so what you're seeing here, UCL. Remember UCL was a big one from yesterday, and I put in a showing how you can put in a conditional buy order using the buy button, setting it at a price like on a pullback. And so that's what happened. It stayed in there in the Brokerage Plus, and it stayed in there. So it took the trade at what, 310? And this one I kept in overnight also, MNTC, but I think I'll flatten it, get out of it. This again is in the simulator. My guess though, your everything, Denver, and my everything are two different things. What I'm running. Actually, though, since I disabled the search, the Microsoft search, it's definitely better. Definitely better. It doesn't sound like a jet engine taking off every now and then, so or jet plane taking off. Well, Pally is maybe not over. I'm not in it anymore, but let's take a look because this could set up again. You know, WNG, wow, yeah, nice. I just couldn't, being in a stock like Pally, you've heard me say this a million times, with the float that it's got, you have to pay attention to it completely. You have to devote your entire attention to it. So the WMG actually showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. I did notice it, but there's no way I could pay any attention to it. It's an earnings play also. And not bad. I mean, the alert was at 30.79. Now we're at 31.33 through the 200-day moving average. And now look at ANF. So this is now turning into a gap up and reverse. This could be a bit like Urban, guys. because Urban URBN definitely gapped up, and really reversed, like really reversed. ANF is not quite as dramatic, but it is trying to reverse. Boy, I haven't seen rum. This has been, this has been a disaster, really, guys. I mean, understanding that this was at 17, so it's been cut in half. I mean, it's been kind of floating around here, but not a disaster, but certainly I think it's not met the expectations. How's the DWAC doing? Yes, the same, kind of the same. Boy, we're getting lots of halts, guys. So this just resumed. Sorry, this GMVD resumed, but it came out of the halt not well. I mean, it popped a little bit, but it got halted, I think, at 495. So here it is. So this did not accelerate out of that halt. Another retailer, not an earnings play, but Fossil, FOSL, the retailer, is kind of flat right now. You guys were talking about Zito before, ZTO. This is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Real choppy. Look at that mauve area. That's the after hours action for ZTO releasing earnings. Very choppy, very choppy. Choppy meaning look at topping tails and bottoming tails. Not smooth like Ali at the beginning. Okay, yeah, we got this big topping tail, but boy, too bad there's no, well, ONCS, no shorts for me. Yeah, you're double line, double line. Hope you didn't take it yet. Anyway, Ija, not doing well. Basically flat. Man, WMG, what a move. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. Didn't really have that much action in the pre-market. It was an earnings play. Oh, this is Warner. How is Paramount doing? PARA. Just out of curiosity, see if it's been tugged along a little bit. No. Well, the next high looking left is 32.21, I think. 32.21 for WMG. So there is still room, a little bit of room if you're in this one. There's still a little bit of room left before it hits the next high. Okay, guys, the grind, it's halted. Sorry, I didn't know it was halted. 10:05. Yeah, so it got halted at 10:05. Look at the market. What a recovery. We had that big red bar at the start. Thought, uh-oh, but look at this, completely wiped that out. Ooh, NXL guys. Whoops. NXL. Keep an eye on this one. This hit 320 yesterday. Probably a low float. Yep, 5.6 million in the float. Good spread. Not a lot of volume here. 9 times normal, 9.5 times normal, but not a lot of volume. But the spread's okay. Only a penny, 36.70, 37. Big day yesterday, 4 million shares or so. Hmm. Okay, I didn't see this before. I'm gonna have to ask Michael about this. So, guys, Michael will be in. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. And of course, he's all about this this histogram that he created. And you can ask him all sorts of questions about it. Like, when will it become available? But I'm noticing, and maybe this was always here, but it says pattern recognition index at 2, so it's actually listing it. Interesting. All right, keep an eye on DLO, guys. Keep an eye on DLO. It's trying to hold 13. Maybe if it gets above the high of that candle, that could get it running again. TNP is an earnings play. TNP is an earnings play. Let's see. To me, though, it's got too much potential support, not that far away from that 18 level. So that's not a good looking short for me. Ooh, ATNM. This is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, guys. And look underneath. What do we have? Wow, 876 is the next low looking left. Underneath 10, very, very interesting. It's not an earnings play. That has to catch up to the bid. I'm definitely keeping an eye on this ATNM. I want to see how well it holds under 10. It's sitting right at 10 right now. And of course, the reason being is that there's a ton of room. underneath 878. There's a lot of room underneath before it hits that next low. But the spread is kind of going all over the place here. 992, 10, 12. Better get that ask below 10 again. We're talking about the ATNM. A lot of shares available, 881,000 Interactive Brokers anyway, and the fee rate is nothing. Well, 1. All right, guys, I'm just kind of trying to concentrate a little bit on the ATNM, see if it really takes out 10 again. And this came in from the 10-day daily breakdown, okay? So there's the alert, 10:09 the time, 10 was the price. It did drop below briefly. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert underneath it again and see if it takes it out later on. All right, 991 for ATNM. Wow, look at grind here, guys. Grinding higher here. So what's the high? Next high looking left is, of course, 40. So that's what traders are looking at, you know? They're just saying, okay, what could possibly happen here? And volume coming in. So some price alerts here for the grind. See if it takes out some of those areas. Oh, brother. Highly risky, guys, but you know, it's a matter of looking left. I mean, I think just traders are looking at that crazy 40. I didn't even see this one yesterday. Can't believe it hit 40 yesterday. Didn't even see it. Okay, so if you took this one, again, don't walk away from your computer. What was 41.50 in the pre-market? Not grind. Really? We don't have that unless can't see a spike high here. I don't have that in your data. We get our data at 4 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. I don't have that it ever got up to that level. Oh, yesterday. Sorry. Yesterday. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So, and yesterday, yeah, when the market opened, it was as high as 40. I didn't see this one yesterday at all. Interesting. Hitchi, H-I-T-I. Don't think, is this what I think it might be? It is. Okay, so high tide. Okay, so this is a big pop for it. HITI, not a low float, 63 million in the float. Cannabis play. I sort of shy away from them because they're just, the overall sector is just putrid. Look at MJ. Okay, had a little bit of a pop, but I mean, anyway, HITI though is kind of trading on its own. Let's maybe have some news. Come on. Not very much volume. High Tide becomes the top revenue generating cannabis company in Canada. Really? Really? Better than Tilray and CGC? All right, well. All right, guys, AT&M now is below 10 again, getting me interested again. Let's see what the spread is. 992. Well, there we go. 990, 995. So this is getting me interested. Well, Emanon, I can give you a nice promo code. What time is it? 10:20. In fact, that's a good segue for me. Somebody asked for a nice Black Friday sale. Well, here you go. Give me a moment as I get my homepage links in, or my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So here's your promo code, guys. Friday 30 for 30% off the first month only, or the entire year. So let's just do a quick look to see how much it will cost. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium, 2,000 less the 30%, that brings that down to 1,400. And the annual standard, 1,000 less the 30%, that brings that down to 700. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which had certainly picked Urban pretty nicely as a short. URBN. That's the big difference between the premium and standard. Excuse me. You don't have to go annual. You can go monthly. In fact, don't take it on annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. So this is my recommendation. You can start off with a standard 118 or 228, less the 30% for the first month only. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you decide within 30 days, you take out a subscription today, and within 30 days, you decide, you know what, wouldn't mind an annual, we'll honor the 30%. Okay? So that's your promo code. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, do the let's get started. I'm going to show you what it looks like when I go into the education section. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that's going to be. And that's free, of course. I've been doing them. I may try to do it at noon again, Eastern. I've been doing it at 3 just because of the tax on my machine, but we'll see. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it triggered. The trade of the week is PARR, and of course, energy was really getting hit yesterday. And 20, what was the trigger? Is it 25? I think the trigger is 25, so it's not triggered. And what I mean by trigger, when you get the email, you'll see the suggested entry. And it did not hit, I'm pretty sure it was 25 and did not hit that. Of course, oil energy stocks just got rocked yesterday. Education. So here's my big education section. Lots of information here. So here's the user guide. And this is what I was saying. Here is the getting started. So if you are just starting out, we've got 10 videos for you. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. Download an installation, your first startup and login, toolbar, and right-click magic, etc. It's the very first thing you should do, okay? Now, in the getting started, they do cover alert windows and top list windows, but you can go in a lot more detail in the guide. Alert windows, top list windows, and stock racing, okay? Those are the 3 important sections. Stock racing, which I'm going to go over, you can see exactly what we've got here. 4 videos, and we have segmented the race startup, configuration, etc. Okay, I'm going to go over stock racing in a bit, but here's your guide to it. I don't expect, when I talk about it, I don't expect you to all remember exactly everything I'm saying. So that's why we have a guide. There's that getting started again. You get the idea. We really want you to do that getting started. Support. So this is Tuesday. So Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. When I take my break between 12 and 1, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. And again, he's the originator of this histogram that I've talked about for about 2.5 weeks now. You can ask some questions about it. These are the black bars you see down here. He's also the originator of, if you click on new from our toolbar, and then click on Market Explorer window, and then right click on that, select strategy. You can see he's created all these different strategies. So here's support and resistance, a bunch of different strategies for support and resistance, okay? Now these are not customizable, okay? In other words, you can't pick the price range and all, but certainly you're not going to have to worry about volume. The volumes are all going to be decent, but you can ask some questions about that. And I warn you, he's gonna say, if you don't have a trading plan, forget it. Daily webinar. So there are none this week with the shortened week. So there are none this week. They should resume next week. Some more educational videos here. Back to basics. So Michael Noss put this together. This is a great resource if you're new to trading. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance. It's a great free resource. Last, my scans. So here are the scans. Here's the pre-market actives up and down that I use, obviously in the pre-market. I haven't gone over the races yet, but here are these are the two races that you see. Biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open, these two. Okay, I showed you the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakout. This, don't get too many alerts from it, which is why I like it. So I'm sharing a lot of, well, I'm sharing these scans. So if you're going to take out a subscription, it really helps the room and helps me personally if you use my code, okay? If you click on my link and then use that code, you know, the room gets credit for it. The room is free, so it sure helps the room and me personally. So I would appreciate it if you do take out a subscription. Save my link. You don't have to do it right now, but you can save my link. And then at some point, if you want to take out a subscription, great, use my link. Also, though, saving my link allows you to take a look at my scans anytime. I do change them up from time to time. And then, of course, the big education section. So I think that my link has got a lot of great information for you. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm managing this AT&M. You know, I wanted it, the spread tightened up a little bit, enough for me to get into it. You know, the AT&M, I wanted to take it, see how well it held under 10. Of course, why am I doing that? Because look left and look at all the room. It's got 849. So I've got to manage that. It's the only trade I'm in right now, guys. Daily breakdown. Okay, so as I monitor this trade, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. All right, guys, I'm back. So where was I? So Trade Ideas, yeah, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Again, doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans. We have a lot of scans up here too. If I click on new, when I say up here, if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Now, in your version of Trade Ideas, you probably have something, if you scroll down, it'll say something like more channels, something like that, so you can see the entire list. I don't have to do that. Right. AT&M guys, giving me a nice, just got to keep watching it a bit. Here's a momentum channel as an example. So what I'm doing right now is just showing you in general what you can do when you go to the different channels, okay? Just one moment. Okay, so what I'm trying to show you though, is you can go to the different channels. You can take a look at the different scans that we have created. So for instance, this is an alert window. It says momentum. This is one of the ones that I am actually sharing my homepage. And if you like this one, first of all, in order to see what it's looking for, you right click and click on configure. So you right click on the scan and then configure and then summary. And this is going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. So this is the screening aspect of a lot of screeners out there, but we're a scanner, and I'll explain what I mean by that. This is the screening aspect. In other words, these are filters. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is 100,000 shares, etc. This is kind of the cool one, because it's called momentum. Momentum is derived because the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. So it's had usually some kind of a volume spike when you click on the alert. Okay, so the last alert that came in here was at 10:30, and the stock was CPRX. There hasn't been one since. And that is a real-time alert. Okay, because if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, then we get a real-time alert. So if you like this scan, all you have to do is right click, duplicate into a free floating window. You have to take it out of the layout. So notice so this popped on another monitor that I've got. So here it is. So if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just right click, save or share to cloud, and you save. Before you do that, one extra step, because you have to go right click and go to symbol linking. Notice it says dock window is checked. You want to check link to all. The reason it says dock window is that when you're in the channel and you click on an alert, it's going to load the two charts that are in the channel. When you bring it out though, and you want to maybe make it part of your layout, of course you want it to be able to load into your chart. So that's why, you should do the symbol linking and then link to all. I wish I actually would get rid of that. So again, if you like it exactly the way it is, then you just save it to the cloud, or again, right click, configure, summary. If you wanted to make a change, you might like the entire concept, but maybe you want a different price range, you just click on the icon. You see the price says 10 or 1 and 50. I'll change it to 10 and 100. Click on that summary. You see how it's now changed to 10 and 100. Say okay. So now the change. So at this point, you had two choices. Take it exactly the way we have designed it, or make a change, and then you can save it to your cloud. Okay. So the concept again is this: you can go to the different channels and you can start looking at different scans that we created and start extracting some to the cloud that you might like to have in part of your layout. However, do not have so many alert windows and so many top list windows in your layouts so that you've got so much happening and you're not getting anything done. You're clicking like mad on alert after alert after alert, and you're not getting anything done. Okay. That's a good segue into the races. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on the AT&M guys. Okay, just having to keep an eye on that. Waiting to see if we get a bigger collapse, maybe into the 40s or something. So the racing is what I call a great hybrid between. You know what I should have done though? If you want to create your own scan, of course you can. And we have created a lot of different alerts. The ones I use almost exclusively, the new high of the day or new low of the day, but these are all of the real-time alerts that we have. I'm going to scroll all the way down, and here are the filters that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So we tried to create enough, well, I wasn't around with the company then, but they tried to create enough alerts, real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could create their own scans. Okay, but again, we've created so many different scans that you're more than likely, if you went through our channels, you could probably find something that, and you could always modify it. Come on, I want to get that ask down into the 50s for ATNM. Okay, so races. All races start from a top list window. And why I love the racing concept is, especially if you're new to trade ideas or new to trading, it gets you to focus on one thing and one thing alone. Okay, now I'm sharing these two races. You don't have to, ultimately, it doesn't have to be my races that you want to create or follow, but right now, this is what I am sharing. But every race starts off with a top list window. So this is what this top list window is looking for. If a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and the stock is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, okay, then you will see those stocks that meet those filter requirements. You will see the ones that are moving the most. Look at Bonzo right now. So what does that mean, moving the most? I run 4-minute races. So what this means is that since this race started and it's only 22 seconds left, Bonzo, BNSO, has moved the most, 7.5% since this race started. Pally has moved 3.21% since the race started. Okay. At the end of the race, a winner will be declared. Let's just see if that holds. I'm sure Bonzo is going to probably be the winner. There it is. So Bonzo won. And you can see what happens here is that automatically a top 10 list or a watch list for you is created for you. That you can watch these stocks all day long. Pally is in the #1 position because it won 3 races. Grind won 3 races. DPro won 2, Bonzo 2, etc. Okay. So you can follow these stocks all day long without having to jump around like mad with all sorts, looking at all sorts of different stocks. Look at Pally as an example. Look at Pally as an example, okay? So you might say, oh man, everybody's talking about that earlier on. I missed it, and et cetera, et cetera. But look what it's doing right now. It's trying to hold the VWAP as an example. So if you click on it and you think, you know what, maybe if this gets above 5, I want to know about it, and maybe I'll take that trade. So put a price alert, just over 5. I'm not saying that's the thing to do, but if your trading plan dictates something like that, then you might be interested in taking that if it gets over 5. Or when it was up in this area and you thought, man, I missed it, you could have put an alert at the VWAP to see what it would do. There's the VWAP at 423. You could have put a price alert down here to see if it held. In this case, it did. So these, just because a stock isn't maybe winning a race anymore, maybe it's just resting, or maybe it's giving you some kind of an entry later on. I have no idea. This is probably not going to be any good, but just click on the alerts, as they appear in this top 10 list, and just see what's happening. I didn't like this one because when I look left, the double X double I, because I just thought there was too much resistance nearby. But if this resistance hadn't been there, what if I looked left and I saw, and the next high was, up here at $1.90? I mean, I'd be all over this, definitely liking it. to see if it would have any sort of a move to that area. But when I look left, I just see a ton of resistance around that 125 to 130 mark. So consequently, even though it looks great, to me, it's just not something I want to trade. That's my plan. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that this is going to block it, but that's just the way I trade. So that is what the racing is all about. And of course, you can establish your own race, with your own set of parameters. I mean, I'm just using, in this particular race, this is what I like to see. But when you get used to using trade ideas, you can create your own top list, with your parameters, maybe a different price range, maybe a different volume, maybe add some filters in, etc. And once you do that, then you right click and you launch your race. Okay. All of this is in the guide. All in the guide. Now, why racing in the first place? Well, let me just show you something. Before we had the racing concept, we still have top lists, of course, and the function of a top list really was sort of ranking. So any header that you've got in your top list window, you can sort on it. So if I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the open today, I just double left click on the header, assuming I've got the header that says change from the open percent, and I can see that Tally is up 70%, Bonzo is up 26%, etc. And that's all, I say it like this every day. It's all well and good, but how is this going to help me to trade these? Unless I stare at a number to see if it's changing and moving, or what if something down here? What if JFBR at 5.5% from the open? What if, for whatever reason, it all of a sudden just starts to move? It's going from 5.8% to 6% to 8% to 10%, steadily moving up the list. I'd never know that. Never, never, never would I know that. What if it's something buried way down here that is all of a sudden starting to move? Well, that's the beauty of the races, because it doesn't care where it is, in the grand scheme of things in the list. All it cares about, show me the one that's moving the most, that meets those filter requirements when the race started. So this SCPH right now is at the top here. It's moved 2%. Just click on it, see what's happening. That's interesting. You don't have to wait for a race to be over, to click on a symbol. You can, if you see something starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it. Just see what the pattern looks like. And the difference between, oops. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, I took some of that ATNM out. The spread is starting to get a little bad again. Now, the difference in these two races, you'll notice that you'll see some pretty big percentage moves here in this race. This is way more volatile, okay, than this one. The reason being is that I have a couple of filters in here that will usually prevent that sort of volatility. Half a billion market cap, number one, so it has to have 500 million market cap, and also 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see the big percentage moves. Okay, it doesn't mean that's bad. It just means that they're probably going to be a lot. I don't want to say easier, but they're just less volatile. So when you click on an alert like AEO right now, it doesn't mean that it's bad to look at. I mean, look what it's doing. I mean, it's an awesome earnings play right now. And it also creates a watch list. You know, here's your top 10 watch list. That's too bad. I'm completely out of the AT&M. Didn't make that much. Too bad. I was really hoping we'd get into the 940s. So, you know, you look at Dell. So Dell has earnings had earnings after hours. You know, you look at Dell right now, and there's the VWAP right down here at 4203. Stick an alert there. Right click, create a price alert, put it there, and see if later on Dell comes into the VWAP. What does it do there? Does it hold and bounce off it? Or if it crashes through it, that could turn into a nice short opportunity. And this is why you got to practice trading. You know, because if you're brand new to trading, I'm sure this is all completely over your head. But that's why you've got to practice trading. How do you do that? Well, just so happens we have a simulator that you can practice trading in. All right, I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on that link, you know, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade within Trade Ideas, okay? There's the only two brokers that it works with, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. I have no idea when or if any other broker will be added, so please don't ask. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, just please listen carefully. A couple of things. Races and Brokerage Plus not available if you're using the web-based version. Okay, number one. Number two, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. I think people that, you know, they sort of hear the tail end of what I say and they think, oh my gosh, in order to use Trade Ideas, I need an IB or E-Trade account. No, no, no. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. It's just that if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you just don't have access to this feature. It's not mandatory to use this feature if you have an IB or E-Trade account. You guys are talking about meta. You're getting me interested here. Let me just do one thing here. So in order to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. Okay. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, again, all you need is our standard service. And then you would click on New from the toolbar, click on New, where it says Brokerage Plus, click on that, and here's your Brokerage Plus window. You may have different headers than I do, but you know that's what it would look like. Now, if you don't see not connected, in other words, I don't know, it all depends on how wide it shows up on your screen. You just have to grab the right-hand corner and stretch it out, okay? So it'll say not connected right beside the ask, there's a box, it'll say not connected. Click on sim, it'll change to account, click on account, and then click on trading, simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator, okay? So if you want it, and it's very simple to use, you just click on an alert. I clicked on Bonzo, BNSO, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. You click the buy button, kind of sets it up, and then you send it. But what if you said, you know what, I don't mind taking Bonzo, but I want to take it on a pullback? Here's where you can use that buy button. Now the buy button, if it's grayed out for you, you must be on you should be on a later version of Trade Ideas then, because that buy button should be clickable. So if I click the buy button, you notice the crosshairs appears and I can drop it to the price I want. So there is the VWAP right there. Let's just drop it to the VWAP. And a left click and you'll see it says it'll take the trade at 385 and it puts a stop at the low of the day. Again, this is not a strategy. It's just a quick way of, instead of our having to tell you how to, how to create a situation in which you can click the buy button and it'll automatically do something for you. So you don't have to do any of this. But down the road, of course, you can select how you want that buy button to act. Right now, what it's doing is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at 385, putting the stop at the low of the day. That's what'll happen. So we just wanted to create something easy, instead of trying to explain people, well, how do I get something to work on the buy button? Well, we created it for you. Now, of course, you can always short or that sort the stop. You can move it up to another area if you want. You just can drag it up. But this is why you've got to practice trading. You've got to practice trading. Do not commit money to the market until you have, number one, practice, till you can make money in a simulator. Forget about trying to make money, with a live account. It may take you 3 months. It may take you 6 months. I know nobody wants to hear that. What they want to hear is, okay, you know what? I'm going to take Trade Ideas. I'm going to learn about Trade Ideas a little bit. And a week later, I'm going to start trading. And I've never traded before. Not saying it, it is, can't do it. You might get lucky. Yeah, I just didn't assign something to the sell. Most people don't short, Martin, okay? But if I click on that's why we didn't. Most people don't short, so we didn't bother doing it with the sell button. However, you're right. This should be on. I got to sign an account to it. Yeah. You see, that's what it is signed. Yeah. Okay. See, we did all this. These are the steps that you would have had to do with the buy button and know how to do all this. Okay. And then plus create the scenario in which you want to take it. Now the sell button is and what most people do not, especially if you're brand new, you're not into shorting. Okay. I mean, imagine if we said, okay, yeah, you can use this buy button, but you've got to create your own strategy. You've got to figure out what you want to do. Then you've got to go into edit trading strategy. Then you've got to assign the account to it, on and on and on and on. Okay. So he said, you know what? Let's just create a little scenario buying $5,000 at the mark with the stop at the low and automatically putting it into the simulator. So people don't have to, do anything. Ooh, look at ATNM. Why did you have to do that to me? I had to stick to I mean, there's no way I would have held on, almost got through 10 again. This is what I wanted. Into the 40s now. I'm not in it anymore, but Oh, you're talking. Oh, Zach. What are you looking at here? You're talking about which one are you talking about? COSM? Yeah. What do you mean it's ineligible to trade? You mean to short it? It's interesting. I'm looking at. I mean, I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but I'm looking at it, and it says it has the big red dot beside not shortable. Big red dot. And yet, when I look at the my little box, it says there are 11,000 shares available to short. You don't normally see that. Oh, ATN, why did it do that to me? Man, oh man. If you guys give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, you mentioned DWAC, DWAC. I'm assuming it's popping, whatever the guy's saying. Yeah, a little bit of a pop here. So the next high looking left is 25. Give me a moment, guys. Just doing something within Trade Ideas. Okay, now North, you better not be shorting Best Buy. BBY, what's it doing? Oops. That's one of the bugs we've got in this. You type in a wrong symbol, you have to click on another symbol. You just can't. You're shorting BBY. You're not shorting it. Okay. And I'm just kidding. You guys want to short Best Buy? That's okay. It's sort of a running joke over the last few years. Just happens to be my favorite store in the world. So I always say you can't short Best Buy. Coming into the 200-day though, guys, it is coming into the 200-day moving average. It's very close, 80.37. What will it do there? Oh, so that's the news. So it believes he has the votes to consummate the merger. Okay. Of course, the operative word right there, Zach, is believes. Okay, let's just take a trade here and oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In terms of riding the wave, yeah. I mean, all we do is just trade what we see. There's the Bonzo, guys. If I move this up, there we go. So I moved that blue line up to the current price, so it took the trade, okay? Just wanted to show you how you can do it. Now, at this point, you can manage your trade. Okay, if you want to get out of a trade, just flatten it. So in other words, you just highlight these are already gone. So you just highlight it and you can flatten it, or you get it at a half, or you could double your position. Okay, now couple of columns that I like to have: the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Just give me a moment. So what the max P&L is telling me is that when I'm in this trade, that's the max I could have made. And right now, well, you can see right now that max should change to the today. But what I'm really trying to illustrate is that if you ever had a max P&L, let's say you're in something and your max P&L, that means, what could you have made at the very high, if you got it right at the top, that's what the max P&L will tell you. Let's just say for argument's sake, that's at 500 and now it's at 40. That wouldn't be very good management, right? So that's why I like to, you wouldn't want to see something that you're up $500 in, and then all of a sudden you're only up 40, or worse, you're taking a loss. So, I think it's a good idea to have these two columns, of course, the total P&L, but the max P&L, just to give you a bit of an idea, how good are my exits? And the other one I like is the distance from the exit price. Okay, what you want to see is a nice negative number, because if you get into a trade and then when you exit, you'd love to see some negative number under, let's say you got out at 3 and now it's at 250, and that would be 50 cents under. You say, great, that was a good exit. So you can see right there, with the UCL, I'm 7 cents under where I exited. So, that's good. NMTC, I'm 8 cents above where I exited. But, I mean, it's just a way to gauge how good are my exits? How good are your exits? So you can practice trading. Now, the other thing you can do is you can practice swing trading, because if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward tomorrow. So you can practice swing trading in here also in the simulator. I'm going to mute myself and say a really bad word here. This ATNM is doing exactly what I wanted it to do. It just it just knocked me out of here when it did that little jog up to 10. What was I saying about DWAC? Well, Zach in our main room, said that the CEO thinks they're close to the merger agreement. Now believes he has the votes to consummate the merger. Okay, that's been the problem for how long now? A year? So that, I mean, again, believes he has the vote. So it's certainly not 100%. Well, Doodle Dum, you have to know a little bit of a DWAC. DWAC is the one that they're trying to take that Truth Social, the platform Truth. So is it called Truth? Hard to say. Truth Social? Is that what it's called? They're trying to take that public. This is a SPAC, and they're trying to take that public. Do I believe? No. I don't believe it's going to happen. I mean, ever? I mean, ever is a long time. The question is, do I think that the AI will get, well, not just the AI, but you're talking about auto trading though, right? You see, here's the deal. I don't believe in auto trading. But you're right. I mean, just to use the Brokerage Plus window, to trade from within Trade Ideas, I get that, but nothing to do with auto trading. But do I believe it'll happen? I really don't know. I mean, there's a real issue with the API and all that, and Thinkorswim is not being cooperative, but that's been going on for, I believe, 2 years now. So yeah, I mean, we had it up and running, I think, a couple of years ago, and then they did something. They changed it, and then they just were completely uncooperative. See, most of I mean, we have a decent relationship with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, okay? And we can talk to their dev guys, but understand that most of these brokers, they don't really care if we can link to them, you know? I know people get all upset because, hey, TradingView is a good example. I think we used to link with TradingView very, very well, and then TradingView changed something within their platform, and all of a sudden our linking with them didn't work so well. Well, they don't care, okay? And people get upset with us saying, "Well, you got to fix it." Well, if they want help, if they want, if we talk to them and they say, "Well, we don't really care if you link with us or not." I mean, that's just the truth. Okay, so here's a classic. I let this happen, okay? So in the Bonzo, I was up $91 at one point, now down 188. You would not let that happen. I mean, I hope that makes sense. You would not let that happen. Okay, let's see if it comes back. But you should never let something like that happen. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, let's see if this Bonzo comes back again. Just one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes, okay? I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, kind of keep an eye on the Pali, guys. It may not be completely over, okay? PALI, it may not be completely over. It's basing pretty nicely here, holding the VWAP. You can see it's holding the VWAP. Argument to be made. In fact, why don't I just I'll get back into the simulator. Hit that buy button. Why don't I just put a buy right here at 515 and move that stop up. See what happens. See what happens later. Okay, sorry guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. DLO is again looking interesting to me again on the short side. Just trying to drifting down. It's below yesterday's low, I believe, 1245. So it's right at yesterday's low. And then the next low looking left is 1088. So boy, if it takes out yesterday's low with any conviction, I mean, this has got another $1.50 or so. All right, this is the one that Goldman put the $68 price target on it last week. FDMT that got it really rolling was sitting at 15. Got all the way up to, well, yesterday got it. Wow, even yesterday got up to 25. ASUR, haven't seen this one for a long, long time. This is a nice break out of the daily for ASUR. It's a fairly low float, 17.8 million. Not a lot of volume today, but for it, yes, 19 times normal. Doesn't trade very much. You can see it really doesn't trade very much. What's the spread like? Yeah, 71.80. Well, here's another one, guys. This Polestar had some. I guess it had. This is the 11th. That's the reaction to earnings, and it's basically been climbing ever since. Not a huge amount, but it's been climbing ever since earnings. PSNY. So what are you saying, Doc? You can't trade it? It won't allow you to trade it on the long side? Don't understand. I mean, I'm seeing a bid ask. I don't see why you can't trade it. Almost feel like doing it just to. No, you're right. Yeah, for some reason you're absolutely right. It says no trading no opening trades in eligible U.S. microcap stock. Interesting. I don't know. Never. I don't think I've seen that before. And it's not a pink sheet stock. Hmm. And that's the COSM. All right, guys. So things have settled down a little bit here for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. What do I think of Pally retesting? Well, if it does, I mean, for me, it would have to take out 5 for me to get interested in it again. But yeah, I mean, there's some 15-minute action right around that 480, 485 mark, right around there. But to me, it has to take out 5. Well, this was a bust, ONCS. Real bust, guys. It's actually gone negative. Just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Why? You don't see this happening with stock like Meta with that float, with these big topping tails and bottoming tails. I guess the rumors running amok. Give me a moment, guys. Boy, American Eagle is still strong, isn't it? Still strong. It has not had like a massive pullback at all. Still looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP, the purple line. VWAP is at 1498. Still very, very strong. Well, that was such a big tell, I guess. Earnings play through the 200-day moving average this morning. It really did not have any sort of a pullback. All right, guys, getting close to my break time, about half an hour. I just want to confirm it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I'm going to take my break between 12 and 1. TIG. TIG. Not very much volume, but this is a, don't know this one at all. Insurance company. Don't think I've really seen this one before. This did get up to $4 a few days ago. And it fell back all the way back down to 2, cut in half, trying to come back a little bit. TIG. Yeah, but that was that message that we got, Dak, was not a message like you know you must put limit orders or you cannot do market orders. That was a very harsh message. Basically ineligible to trade it. Yeah, like no trading position, no opening trades, an eligible U.S. microcap stock. It just says that, which is really weird. And that's at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I can't speak for other brokerages. It is odd. Oh, I have no idea. I have a question. Do I see Pally on the rise again? I have no idea. I mean, the only thing you can do is just put some price alerts. I mean, right now, a little wedge is forming, higher, lower highs, slightly higher lows. It's just kind of resting. As I say, I wouldn't, it would have to take out five on some really good volume, I think, for it to get going again. But I have no crystal ball to say, yes, I think it's going to go again. No, I have no idea. But just put price alerts, at areas that you think if it gets there, that could get it running. And that's why I've got a price alert just around five. It keeps holding the VWAP. No, the VWAP keeps holding it. But if it ever gives up the VWAP, look out below. Not shortable for me though. A lot of times these things that are high flying at the beginning of the day, they tend to rest for a long time and then maybe sometime in the afternoon, maybe, I don't know, from 1:30 on Eastern time, you might start to see some of these. This is what I've, witnessed over the last several years anyway. The ones that fly high in the first, say, hour, then they can rest all day, and then all of a sudden, at some point in the afternoon, some of them, not all of them, the enthusiasm comes back in and they can run again. Now, I cannot predict that's going to happen with Pally. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Right now, it's at the dry cleaners. Oof, okay, guys, it's really slowing down now for me here. Not seeing anything that exciting. Dell is still trying to hold on to that VWAP. This is what you guys are talking about, right? This can I tell what the best? There's no okay. Okay, can you tell me what the best alerts are for compare count windows? There's really no such thing as the best. I mean, it depends what you like to look at. There's no such thing as the best. You know, I don't use compare count windows, but let's just take a look at one that I do have. I don't have it up and running, but let's just see. I don't think I deleted them all, but there's no such thing as the best. All depends on your trading style. See if I still have a compare count window. Yeah. So, I mean, here's one, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, having to have at least 300,000 shares traded. Other filters in place too. Let me just take a look at what they are. So new high, pre-market and post-market. So it works in the pre-market and post-market. So if the stock is, again, this is just me, 50 cents and $30, volumes at least 300,000 shares. There was a volume pop at 300,000, 300% of normal. Price was up at least 2% from the close, etc. Okay, versus the flip of this, the stocks, the price had to be down at least 2% and making new lows. Okay, is that the best? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Well, they all give real time. Well, they all give real time indications. So I don't know what you mean. Like, that's just, I mean, what scenario do you want? I mean, I'm just looking here. Again, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside with certain filters in place, at least 300,000 shares. So I'm getting real time alerts right now. Okay. So, I mean, there's no such thing as the best. It all depends on your trading style. But everything here as a scroll right here is all real time. Okay, you can just see NXE just made a new high. Do you see what but do you understand what I'm trying to say? That there's no such thing as what's the best? Because they'll all give real time. This is all real time. Everything in this crawl is real time. Yeah, Pally is starting to move here. It is starting to move. It's almost at the 5, guys. So does that make sense? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. For instance, you could have a compare count window of, say, oil stocks or energy plays, the ones that are moving up versus the ones moving down. Well, you know what? Michael Noss is going to be in. That's something I just don't do, but Michael Noss is going to be in the YouTube room in about 20 minutes. He might be able to help you better. I mean, we do have, when you say the heaviest weighted stocks, again, if you look at our doc channel bar, and then you look at S&P stock racing as an example. I mean, these are S&P companies. I don't know what the weight is in terms of, are these the heaviest? But you could, of course, have a symbol list. But you could take, and the whole idea then would be to take an alert window, attach what you consider the heaviest weighted stocks in the major indices. You'll have to probably create that. Oops. Just give me a moment. That will be your determination, I guess, what you think are the heaviest weighted stocks in the different indices, and then create compare count windows. Just attach that symbol list to one alert window, I guess, making new highs versus one alert window of those stocks making new lows or new 5-minute highs or 5-minute lows. I mean, it's really up to you. But I personally don't have anything like that. But Michael Noss might. So he'll be there in about 20 minutes. You can ask him the same question. But you understand the concept of what a compare count window does, right? So you'd have two competing alert windows, basically. And what could be flipped is flipped. Obviously, stocks making new highs versus stocks making new lows, things like that, in the same price range, same minimum volume, things like that. And you just compare them. And then you could attach a symbol list, the same symbol list, to both of those alert windows, and then start a compare count in that fashion. All right, guys, obviously I'm just watching here. I've got what time is it? 11:42. So I'll be on my break in about 15. So I'm in the next high looking left is this 534. So that is your next level if you took this one on that 5 break. You know what? I've decided to exit it. Oh, that's good. Pretty good exit. A couple of reasons. The histogram is very low. If I'm going to follow the concept of this, histogram is very low. I don't see. And the other thing is that high over here, that 534, that could stop it. So did that make sense? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, Raor, Raor. You know who's really good at compare count windows and probably might have things like that, maybe already done, is Jamie. Okay, so if you send an email to support at trade-ideas.com, I know he's got lots of different compare count windows. And you might just want to you might want to send an email to support at trade-ideas.com, ask for Jamie and say you're looking and, basically say the same thing. I want to monitor the heaviest weighted stocks, etc. Do you have anything? Okay. No, that's a D. Okay, Rauder. I'm sorry, it's hard. Oh, I see. That's a sort of a D. Okay. But Jamie, blame your mom. Yeah. Yeah, but Jamie has a lot of different compare count windows that he's been using for years. So it's possible that he'll have something. You can also ask Michael. Michael will be in the room in about 14 minutes. I don't think he's a big compare count user, but he might have an idea. But I think really it's a matter of when you say the most heavily weighted, that also is what is your determination? What's your minimum? Is it market cap? Is it, in which case, you can create your own symbol list. Boy, this is, I mean, I'm out of this again, guys, but if this takes out 534, this could get running again. I wish it weren't so close to my break. 531. 534, sorry. It is, yeah, 534. That takes that out. It could really start to run again. But notice I'm not going to anticipate that's going to happen. So I'm not taking the trade ahead of time. I'm not going to take it ahead of time. Boy, Stu, anybody have grind shorts? Boy, it's fun for a bit, but look at this now. Oh, negative. GRND. Look at CGC. How is that HITI doing? It said that they had the biggest revenue of all the marijuana cannabis players in Canada. Okay, Zach, I haven't really paid any attention to your topping plays here. So how's the DWAC doing? EQT 44.43, so that has not fallen yet. Coming into looks like it's coming into resistance, so doesn't it? EQT. Yeah, I mean, the Pally, listen, the longer Pally holds over 5, the better. And if it takes out that high right there, that 534, I think it has a shot to potentially keep running. There's the high of the day way up here at 644. Oh, X, what's this one all about? AFYA. AFYA, wow, sort of a green bar ignored right there on the 15-minute chart. Steady downtrend, a little pause in the downtrend with that green 15-minute. Looking left, what's the next? To me, 14. If it takes out 14, yeah, boy, if it takes out 14, when you look left, the next low is right around 1267. 1289 is the 200-day. This is an earnings play. No real reaction pre-market. Enough shares at Interactive Brokers and a low fee rate. So let's see what it does at 14. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert right at the low there, right around 1396. I want to see if it takes out 14. And that's the AFYA. Mm. Yeah, I had myself on mute in one room. Sorry, guys, if you were listening, not the YouTube room. Oh man, so many things to remember to click on. And all right, I don't have a lot of faith in this one, but I mean the ONCS, at least it's basing a little bit, but it's gone negative. I mean, it's actually gone negative after that big pop in the pre-market. Had the big run yesterday late. Well, this is weakening, guys. It's AFYA. This is really starting to weaken. But you know what? It's just if it takes out, that's that 1380 level. The 1380 level, taking that out, and then man, when you look left, 1267. So there's over $1. Be about $1 to the 200-day moving average if it can take out that 1380. But this looks weak. It's sort of a green bar ignored. Boy, it's getting weaker and weaker. AFYA. I wish these were a little higher, not so close to the whole number. But boy, if this takes out that whole number, yeah, it doesn't look good for the Pally right now, guys. And right now, anyway. Later on, though, you never know. It just needs to hold 5, in my opinion, and not, go right back down to the 450. I love this. I read this morning about Carl Icahn betting big against GameStop. Rain. How much volume is there? Not much. You dip bot. Ooh, okay. I wish you well on the Pally, the Pali. I wish you well. No. Well, I really believe that if it takes this out, this 535 out later on at some point, I think it could get moving again, but it may not happen. That's the whole thing. It just may not happen. DKS. I haven't seen DK. Obviously, it's an earnings play today. Yes. Wow. Yeah. What a move is right. What a move. Come now. You would think that it's coming into a resistance. We've got a couple of highs right around that area. You would think that this could be a resistance area for DKS. What's that other sporting goods? Is it Big Five or what's it? Big Five? I don't. We don't have it in Canada. I know. All right, guys, just waiting for Michael to show up. In fact, I better get my message here. So on a break, he's going to be there any moment now. On a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Oops. And there he is himself. Just give me a moment, Michael. I'm just going to put the main room on mute. Okay, guys. In fact, what I'll do, I forgot to do this. Put the YouTube link into the room. So if you want to head over and listen to Michael, he'll be there between 12 and 1. He's in the room now.
I am.
And yeah. I'll mute the main room. Hello, Michael. How are you?
How's it going? Sorry,
not bad.
I'm a minute late here, but took a bit to get
okay.
in for some reason. StreamYard might be mad at me.
Who's mad at you?
StreamYard, maybe. Took a little
Oh,
bit.
StreamYard. Oh, I see. Let's see. Well, you've taken over the screen, haven't you?
I have. I'm all good to go.
Okay. Okay. Are you good till 1 or do you have to leave earlier?
No, I'm good till 1. So I have all the
Okay.
beers you would like.
Okay. Well, how about a stair climber? All the stair climbing I can do. Okay, Michael, we'll see you at around 1.
Okay. See you then. Sorry, I was just shoving the last little bit of lunch into my mouth there. Oh, and I'm on the wrong server, so I'll change that as well. So again, everyone, if you are new here, essentially what we do each and every day around this time is we go and give Barry some much needed time off, and he drinks about 17 beers at the pub, and we open up the room to live Q&A. So as Barry said, I'll be here for the next hour, just answering any questions you guys might have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. We do always appreciate the questions because it's a Q&A, we don't really prepare anything. We just want to make sure that we are here if and when questions come in. So, the more questions, the less I waffle on about random stuff that's going on in the market. All right. So we are back and loaded up. And looking at the SPY here, another do nothing day. Which is not to be a surprise. I've been saying it to any traders that follow me and on my Twitter and everything for a while now. This is not the week, barring some sort of kind of crazy news event. If you're a overall market trader, this isn't going to be the week to kind of swing for the fences and to make your millions and that kind of stuff, right? When, always put yourself in the shoes of your a large institution. Takes you a while to get in and out of positions. You've got investment committees and that kind of stuff to decide whether or not you're going to take a trade. Are you going to be putting a lot of money to risk one way or the other right now in this shortened week where, more and more people are going to go on vacation, liquidity is lower and lower? Or are you just going to wait a little bit and then come back next week? So as a young trader, I used to always just kind of beat my head against the wall over and over and over again, and just continuously, I gotta take a trade, I gotta take a trade, I gotta take a trade, and end up going into the holidays and end up, the time that you actually got off just like mad. With looking at, trying to figure out what the market was going to do. And then it turns out it does essentially nothing. So, as a older trader, I kind of just hang out more and just wait for things to happen. So anytime that I'm kind of, looking at a weekly chart as a swing trader and I just see little inside week after a little doji week, I'm just not going to get too crazy one way or the other, right? It's patience is the hardest part of this game, right? This is what kind of kills the most people, is just kind of, grinding really, really hard in order to make it, right? In order to do super, super well, right? I got to make money. I got to make money. I got to make money. Now, if something's moving and you have an opportunity to place a trade and to take a quick scalp, then certainly go ahead and do that, right? If you're doing the kind of low float stuff, just understand that the follow through on things are going to be a little bit less. So it's going to, it's just going to mean that things are going a little bit less crazy. So, you know, you can either, uh, hang out and try to figure it out, or you can just kind of do a little bit of nothing. And to be honest, probably doing a little bit of nothing is probably the move, right? You want to conserve your mental capital the best that you can. Can I share my daily, weekly methodology to create a watch list of stocks? Well, I just refer to my written trading plan. I say, okay, well, what does my trading plan say I'm going to trade? So, for example, if you've gone through, this is another thing before I get on that rant, right? 0.64 normal volume on the SPY today. So less than normal volume by almost half, just to kind of show that it's not just price action, it's volume and illiquidity that's going on here. But yeah, so what I do is I start with my trading plan and say, for example, your trading plan that you've worked on says I'm going to trade bull flags, right? Then you'll go through and you'll try to find stocks that are looking strong and are putting in the kind of the bull flag setup, and you make a list and then attach the let's go in and go to the pattern recognition, look at the bull flag scanner, and just start going through here. Just set alerts. Making lists is great. It's good to have these lists down, but go through and kind of set the alerts, right? And PC had this nice little bull flag going on here. If you had an alert set over that high, bring it up when the thing occurs, right? Don't overthink it too much. It always starts with whatever setup you have in your trading plan, whatever time frame you have that you look for, that kind of thing. So for me, I just have a certain number of setups that I watch for, and I go through those. None of the setups that I do are magic in any way, shape, or form. They're just kind of trend continuation plays. There's no there is no magic, right? There's no, okay, this is the answer kind of thing. And just, figure out what works for you. A lot of the stuff, I've talked about this all the time, comes from our TI strength, which is the relative strength algorithm that's been back tested and compared to the market. I will go through this a lot and just try to find areas of support and resistance. I know that there's a statistical advantage of trading these names in particular. So I'll look and say, okay, well, what's performing well? What looks good? And is there kind of any obvious support or resistance area that if we pull back to or that we break through, could lead to a larger move? But, so AMRK here, for example, something I'm looking at, just, gapped up on earnings, and now it's just kind of coiling after that earnings candle. So I would just set an alert and say, hey, okay, if this thing gets over maybe 41, which would be these highs right here, maybe I'll take a look, just right click, create price alert. And if you want to, you can fill out notes and have it expire at a certain time and all that. And then just click save, and you can see it pops up down here. So like Etsy, for example, is a trade that I'm in, and I've been in since this area right here. And the idea was that, it was just kind of pulling in. It had put a bunch of equal highs after earnings right at this price. So I just wanted to be alerted when it moved off that price. It did. And I picked up a little right here. And as this kind of doji formed right here, I sold a chunk. But now I'm actually debating if we close over 120, kind of right here, maybe this was just a little bit of a pullback. Maybe I could add in what I sold there and see if it continues higher. But It always starts with your trading plan. Again, I know people get mad, but I'll say it anyway. You either have a trading plan and you've got a chance of doing well in the market, or you don't, and market's going to take all your money. The actual work involved in trading is incredibly low, right? We sit here, we watch a screen or a couple screens, and when we should hit a button based off the plan we created, we hit the button, right? It's a very low work job, right? The work is in the building of the trading plan, the researching what it is that you want to trade, all that kind of stuff. So, I call it front loaded, right? I think it's a very front loaded job where, it kind of looks, I guess, quote unquote, easy. I hate that because it's never easy, but it looks easy if you're kind of an outsider looking in. You just see someone, um, staring at their screen, and they hit one button to buy, and then they hit another button to sell, and they make a few bucks. But it's all the work that goes in before then, right? That's the doozy. You're able to see. I see that Barry sent you to support on that one. That's probably going to be the right move if he did. I don't know. Have they gotten back to you yet? Trying to read up. I can't see it all is the problem, though. I don't think. I think it cuts off at a certain point. I think, yeah. No, it cuts off at a point here. Can you tell me the best compare counts? Oh, I don't know which ones the best are. Can you give me clear, more real-time indications? I don't know what the best ones are. Again, the best one's going to be whichever one meets your trading plan. I want to monitor the heaviest weighted stocks in the major indexes so I can know. You'd have to know what those are and look them up. We don't have anything for what heaviest weighted, and again, it depends on what you consider major indexes and what you consider the heaviest weighted. That's easy to look up. You can go to any of their websites, and they have to, by law, report their holdings and weights. Yeah, I'm just reading it through. Yeah, so you want the heaviest weights in the compare count window. So yeah, you just need to look those up, and then you can create a symbol list of them. So I'll show you that part after you've looked them up. Just go, oh, I have a custom symbol list, top 10. My question is for the filters and alerts. It's whatever you want to see. Most compare count windows are just new highs and new lows. Like that's the kind of, I guess, purest form of the compare count window, is looking for a new daily high and a new daily low. Again, you can use whatever you want, whatever it is that's gonna work for what you look for. But I would say most people, when they use the compare count, they're looking, so everything that coming through here. So PKE, for example, that's hitting a new high of day. AWR is hitting a new low of day. Now you could get, so again, it depends whatever you're after, but you could get like more granular and say, I want, for example, a new 5-minute high or a new 5-minute low. That would give you kind of more data. um, in a smaller amount. If you want less data, then away you go. So yeah, that again, they're generally speaking new high and low of days, but you can use whatever you want, like breaking VWAP, or it's whatever it is that you're going to see that's going to help your trading plan, how you trade them. But I would say 9 times out of 10, if people are using the compare count window, it's generally just a comparison of new highs and lows, right? So since I opened this, we're seeing 88% new highs and new lows, and this is just kind of, I think, based off pretty much everything. So you go and you take a look at the SPY, we're probably ramping up a little bit here now. You know, that's not that doesn't mean much when you're, this tight in the market. Ramping up a lot could just mean like a little tiny uptick. Yeah, so we are getting a little uptick, getting close to highs there. Not something I'm mega familiar with, because I don't really find a lot of value myself in this. But I'm also not a really fast paced trader, right? I'm more of a develop a trading plan, wait for that trading plan to occur, and then take the trade and move on. So I'm more of an old boring man, I guess, is the better way to put it. Um, yeah, so again, you can customize it a little bit further, but uh, again, most people, so you can see this is high of the day, high of the pre-market, high of the post-market. You could go in and, right, if you just go into search and type high, if it's new highs and lows that you're interested in, you could click on that one. So these would be like more granular. If you put in like the more 5-minute high, you're going to see way more data. If you make it less granular, you're going to get less prints, but it probably is going to be more impactful. Again, it's the way most people take a look at it. Also, in which chapter of probably talking about and I'll get that for people who are wondering. I have a free intro to trading course, and this is something that Trade Ideas helped me put on. It's 39 lessons all on YouTube. If anyone's really, really new and they don't know where to go to get started, this is something to take a look at. And so we go over the trading plan at the end. I would say that, right, watch anything that's going to be kind of new to you. If the first few episodes are really, really basic because they're just, what is a stock and all that, it's fine to skip those. But, if you're planning on making this a career, it makes sense to take a few seconds and watch it through. But yeah, we go down, it would be down at the very end where we build a trading plan and kind of what needs to be involved when you build a trading plan. And it's pretty simple, right? Again, it's the kind of things that I try to stress are that there is no perfect trader, there is no perfect system, there is no perfect way to make money, right? Those things just do not under any semblance of the world exist at all. Right? There's not, hey, you just do this and do that and do the other thing, and then you win on every trade or 90% of your trades or even 80% of your trades, and you'll be a billionaire, right? Because for anyone who doesn't know, the way the market is designed is that as soon as something is quote unquote obvious and something that is mega profitable and something that everybody should do, that will get arbitrage out of the market, right? So an example I always use is, let's just say people found, and they studied and they found that a MACD crossover, this was the ticket, right? Every time this MACD crossed over, you would make infinite amounts of money, right? So right here, and for people who don't know, MACD crossover is just a simple kind of moving average crossover strategy that every time it crossed over with kind of 100% certainty, the stock would go up. Well, what would happen is people would start to take the trade right before the moving average crossed over. Because, right, why would I buy at the same time everyone else is buying it? Because, there'd be nobody there to sell it to me. There's no way I'd get a fill. So I'm going to start front running people, and I'm just going to start buying it a little bit early. Right. And then that determines that makes everyone a bunch of money. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to start buying it a little bit before the people who buy it a little bit before the crossover, to make a little bit of money, and so on and so forth. And then the other way would happen, right? Where, if on, less liquid names or something, or even pretty liquid names, a moving average crossover would make everybody money. So we know that that's going to mean a lot of people are going to buy when it crosses over. Well, if I'm a giant hedge fund and I own a bunch of this stock, or I just want to short a bunch of this stock, I'm going to wait for the moving average to cross over, and I'm going to short just a whole bunch of shares, knowing that a bunch of people just are going to buy right there. So I can just short a crap ton of the shares and force the position down and kind of liquidate everybody. Because as a giant hedge fund, liquidity for me is the most important thing in the world. I can't trade if there's nobody to kind of take the other side of trade. So the fact that there is so many people working and they all have different goals and time horizons and needs and all this stuff means that there is no possible way that there is like the system out there. So when you're building the trading plan, you got to understand that, right? I always say, one of my favorite trading books that has absolutely nothing to do with trading is called Golf Isn't a Game of Perfect. And, I won't spoil the whole thing, but, if you think of the concept that you just go for a hole in one on every single swing, that's not going to work, right? It's, you're better off taking a couple swings, knowing that you're not going to get it that time, and kind of working around it, and then over the long run you'll end up doing well. And trading is no different, right? Where it's like you're not going to make, it's a probabilistic nature, right? So, even if you're right 70% of the time, which would put you in the best traders on planet Earth, that means 3 out of every 10 times you're wrong. So when you're building a trading plan, right, understand that you're not trying to build the perfect plan. You're trying to build something that works for you. So it should start with what what are your goals? What is your time commitment? What is your level of competency? Things like that, right? If I'm someone who lives on the West Coast, I currently live on the East Coast, but if I was someone who lived on the West Coast, where, for me to be up by market open, I'd have to be up at like 2 a.m. And I know I don't function very well at 2 a.m. Then I'm not going to trade the open, right? So then my trading plan has to start with that. If I'm someone who maybe works on the East Coast, but I have a 9 to 5 job, and I'm only able to check the market on my lunch break, for example, well, then I need to build a separate trading plan, right? I can't go and say, okay, I'm going to just 100% trade the open and focus with no distractions for the first hour of the day. I just can't do that. So what I may do is create some sort of swing strategy where I have a series of things that I do during that lunch break, right? So, no, I didn't say we're getting country filter. So this when we go through and we kind of look at, okay, this is what I can do, this is what I can't do, level of competency, whether I'm more confident with trend following or revision to the mean, that kind of thing, all the way down. You fill out this trading plan, and then that has to be the thing that you compare yourself to, right? Because it's a probabilistic nature. The problem is people will say, I had a good trading day because I made money, and I had a bad trading day because I lose money. And that's not how it works, right? A good trading day should mean that you followed your plan, and then over the long run, you'll make money. And a bad trading day means that you kind of went rogue and did some silly things, and you'll probably lose money. So, in the long run. So that's why it's important to have it. Again, watch the videos, but again, don't stress it or overcomplicate it, right? And generally speaking, something like, I'm going to trade cup and handle patterns or bull flags or relative strength or whatever. You pick a style, you know that sometimes will be great, sometimes won't. If you manage risk correctly over the long run, you should do fine. But yeah, no. Maybe at some point they'll put a country filter in, but not something that we're super concerned about or on the list to go really high about. Right? There's no, you can just filter by eye. That's one of the reasons we put the country ticker in there, is because then everyone can just go, or the little flag, so everyone just go, okay, is this something I want to trade or not? PARR. Was that in TI strength? It's been, I look at everyone, I look at so many charts and so many tickers every day. This is why putting lists together and things, this is why all this is really important, because once you get deep into it, or maybe once you just get old like I am, then everything starts to kind of blend together. I didn't think so, but I'll take a look at it for sure. PARR. PARR is oil and gas, Pacific Holdings. They are refining, retail, logistics. Okay. Gasoline, jet fuel, marine fuel, that kind of stuff. So you know that this is going to move pretty closely with, something like the USO, or like with oil, ROB. Is that pass? Yeah, you do UNG. It's probably going to move pretty closely with UNG as well, but some good relative strength, those things. Yeah, just a good bull flag. I would say whatever's going on here at like $25 ish. You can see it did a little kind of topping tail there, got over $25. Some sellers came in, rejected and sold it off. So for me, I would want to see a close over that $25 area. Every time I see personally, if there's a level, right, that, the stock, let's just say this is the level, and if the stock came up to it and it just put in a wick 3 or 4 times, to me that's just pointing out that somebody out there is they have an order. They've got some amount to sell, and they're using those that area to put that order, and there's just not enough buyers to kind of offset that order. So if I saw a close up here, I think I'd be a little bit more confident. But again, the reason I like simple patterns like this, like bull flags, is worst case scenario, absolute worst case stop is probably going to be under here, right? You're going to know you're probably wrong or early, if it breaks down and it breaks these lows. And for me, I would probably put something a little tighter on it like that. But it, the beauty of technical patterns, and it's funny, I was on a panel. I don't know if you guys might have heard of the guy, but Crypto Burb yesterday, and the panel was about debunking technical analysis mix. For those who don't know, I'm a chartered market technician, which is just kind of like a CFA, but for charts. And what he was talking about was again, technical analysis myths and what, if anything, is there to glean from things like chart patterns. And I said, like everything else, there is no magic thing that will do the thing. But the thing I like about technical analysis and chart patterns is the kind of full trade definition that occurs with them, right? For example, where you're wrong, which I think is the most important thing. So as long as you think, say close over 25, and let's say, for example, your stop was going to go right here, as long as you calculate that out and that risk is totally acceptable to you and your trading plan, and you think it's reasonable that you can get 1.5 or 2 times that risk at least, then you're good to go. Right? I always say, if you ever care about a singular trade, then you're probably way too big. Right? It should always be about kind of the next 1,000 trades, right? The person who cares about like the next trade is probably trying to get rich, right? They're probably doing kind of a get rich quick kind of mentality. But yeah, so I like the setup. And notice it's a little bit choppy, right? It might be because the average volume on this one can't be really, it's about 1 million, so it's not bad. But, examine the individual candles, right? So you got a close here one day and then an open down here. Then the next day it opened way up here, right? So anytime you see a lot of gaps like this, right? Like you had a close here and then it opened up here. So it seems to gap a lot, which is common with energy stocks because how do I put this? Because oil is a 24/7 commodity, So that being said, you do get a lot of gaps in those. So again, there's nothing wrong with that. Just size accordingly. Know that it's very possible that you can get some pretty substantial gap downs. And the fact that it's so choppy is kind of why I was like, I want to see a close above here, and I kind of want to see a close below there for my stop. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Long time no see. In the stream, I always follow your Twitter account. I know you're a bull bear flag trader, and we may have some cool stuff. I'm going to make some additions and changes to the bull flag scanner, make them a little bit more precise, a little bit better. Can I show that stuff now? Maybe. We'll see. I've got some more plans to. We've kind of dealt with I found a more clever way to make technical patterns, basically. So it'd be kind of a complete rebuild of all the technical patterns we have. And we're going to start including things like head and shoulders and stuff. But the bull flags and the bear flags are going to get really, really cool really soon, I think. That's the cool thing about the system we're building these on, is it's very much in kind of an open sandbox where it's, the issue with an open sandbox is it's very hard to You don't have any rules that you're playing in, right? So you can kind of do whatever you want. The bad part about doing whatever you want is that, you can have a kind of hard time figuring out the best way to do things. So I'm sure this will happen a few times where I'll think of a better way um, to figure out to build patterns and stuff. But how I did the bull and the bear flags before was using Bollinger Bandwidth and looking for um, a the tightest Bollinger Bandwidth in a period of time. Now, I found a better way to do it with a little bit more pattern recognition, so we'll go from there as well. Hi, Mike. Do you think plans that have more eyes and people watching are lesser performance? Um, Depends on how many eyes and depends on the liquidity of what you're trading. Now, yeah, a very, very common, just like I talked about before, anything that's an insanely common trading strategy is going to get arbitraged away some with people front running and people fading the strategy and that kind of thing. But um the I don't think it matters that much. Like I really and I'm actually working on a video now and I'm thinking of doing another video series on it. To really hammer the point down, in which I really don't think your trading philosophy matters too as much as it matters that it's something that makes sense to you and something that you created and something you can follow. So, uh, the example I always give is a diet, right? You come to me and say, "Hey, I need to lose a little bit of weight," and I say, "Listen, the most optimal thing is chicken, broccoli, and brown rice, 6 meals a day, blah blah. Run a marathon every few days." Right? If you're not going to do that, it doesn't matter that that might be quote unquote optimal. So, what matters more is that it's something that makes sense to you and something that you'll do. And when it comes to weight loss, at the end of the day, it's kind of a calories in, calories out type of thing, right? If you're consuming less calories than you're burning, then you'll lose weight, right? So if you're trading a system that has solid risk management and generally speaking trend following in some nature, which is you need to have risk management with any plan, but especially with something like that, then I think over the long run you'll end up making money. If you're trying to pick tops and bottoms, life gets a little bit harder, but as long as you have a solid risk management plan, you'll probably do fine there as well. um so the I wouldn't focus, and this is part of the problem, is that everybody wants to focus on what is, and this is why I'm, very annoyingly diligent about saying this every time I get a platform anywhere, but everyone's focused on the setup, like what's the thing that makes money. But I've studied a lot of these. I've studied the strat, I've studied ICT, I've studied Bollinger Bands and MACDs, moving average crossovers and RSIs, blah blah. And part of it is because of the work I do here at Trade Ideas, where I build a lot of these things in. So I need to study them and know about them, even if they're not something that I would ever personally use. Um, because there are things that other people would use, and we're a scanning service. And then also, um, part of the CMT is you're studying a wide variety of different trading strategies. Like we had to study Elliott wave and cycle theory and stuff that I don't even agree with in nature. But what I'll say is that all of these things will probably work, right? People come to me and say, "What's the trading strategy that work?" Like, man, you can probably make a bunch of money with ICT. You can probably make a bunch of money with the strat. You can probably make a bunch of money with moving averages. You can probably make a bunch of money with MACD. The problem that people have is they do the chasing the dragon, right? They say, okay, I'm going to trade moving average crossovers, and I'm going to build a moving average crossover system, and then they'll take a handful of trades, and that will work well. Again, raise your hand if this sounds like anyone. Again, I've done this. We've all done it, but you develop a trading style. You develop something that you think works. You're like, okay, I'm a moving average crossover trader. That's what I'm going to do now. Away I go. And that works for a while. Maybe you have a successful week or a successful month or something. And then you go through a period of time where it doesn't work and you go, okay, moving average crossovers suck. Now I'm a support and resistance trader. I'm going to start buying support and I'm going to start selling resistance. And, maybe you do that for a little while and then you have a down period with that. And you're like, okay, that sucks. Well, now I'm a breakout trader. So I'm going to look for stocks that I think are going to break out and they're going to do really, really well. And then, right, you try that for a couple months and then you go, okay, that's not it, right? You keep moving on. That I think is more harmful than even picking a strategy that is like you were talking about, that has more eyes on it, and maybe is less performative. Because your trading plan should have small tweaks. Maybe you trade a style for a few months and you go through and you look at it and you say, okay, this generally works, but it doesn't work too well in the first like 15 minutes of the day. So, like a small tweak would be, I'm going to sit out the first 15 minutes of the day. Or, something that I've always done with my day trading is when I was learning, I split the day into 15-minute intervals. And then I did kind of a histogram when it came to how much money I made or lost. And what I found is that off the, in that first, let's do this a little better. So in that first 15 minutes or so, I didn't do very much. Maybe I made money, maybe I lost money. And then maybe that period from, let's say, 10:30 to 11:30 or so. Or no, sorry. I always have to convert the time zone. Let's say from 10 to 11. That's where I did really, really well. And then lunch, I gave back a little bit of money, and then on the close, maybe I made a little bit of money, right? So this is the kind of stuff where I'm not going to change the way that I trade, but in this instance, if I just want to get the most money for my time, I would just focus right here. And it's the same thing. I did the same thing with my swing trading. I've talked about a few times. I enter all my swing trades and exit all my swing trades in the last hour of the day. And the reason wasn't because of anything other than I noticed that if I entered them right off the open, I did okay and then got wicked out a lot. And then entering them in the afternoon, again, was kind of just a crapshoot. But then entering them on the close was a little bit better, not much better. But I say, okay, well, if I know that I'm pretty good at day trading in the morning, and my swing trading, I'm pretty good at that in the evening. Well, then why don't I just split those up? So that's the kind of tweaks you should make, as opposed to trying to continuously find the strategy that's going to make all the monies and that kind of thing. IMMR. What I'm looking at here, just massive push up from earnings and then just kind of basing. I was looking to see if it would break yesterday's high, but it doesn't look like it's going to be doing that at all. It's a slow one. I thought it might be. Oh, there. Oh, no. Where am I? There we go. Too much stuff going on. Here we go. So CPRX is the strongest out there of all the TI strength stuff. It's breaking through a lot of here. Might be good if it closes up in this area. Yeah, so a lot of my stuff comes from this scan just because, again, I like it when there are some amount of statistics behind what it is that I'm trading, right? Just how I look at the market kind of as a quant is I want to know that there's some statistical validity to what it is I'm going to look for. And then from there, I'm going to really kind of focus into the technicals after that. And then everything in this list will have some advantage. Like Monster has been great. That was in there a few days ago. I actually picked some up on this day right here. Nothing crazy. It's like 3%, but I'll take a 3% move on a incredibly boring stock when the market's just kind of chopping sideways over the last few days. This $100 level in Monster has been a massive deal. Right, you go back here on the weekly chart, you can see $100 back here, then in through here, and then it wicked right here, and then it popped here, and then it went through here. Finally breaking out. It's been a battle. It's also a very psychological level. $100. I don't know why. Right, that's one of those things, and Barry talks about this a lot on the day trading side of things, that we're kind of simple monkeys where we still, for some reason, even though there's no intelligent reason why we should care about a number like this. Like, it shouldn't matter. I think a lot of what people do is they just put orders around those numbers where they go through and they say, hey, I'm going to buy Monster if it gets over $100. And we round instead of saying, hey, why isn't 99.93 a valid place to take a trade or something like that? It's just kind of, there's a lot of us that are, as a race, we're a little bit just kind of monkey brained. But yeah, $100 was a huge level. And there's an old trading saying, and I don't know if this is anything that makes anyone's tested any of this or anything, but basically just says, if it gets through 100, it's going to get to 120. Now, who knows? Which scans you go through your day trading? You said support and resistance. Yep, that's about it. I just use the support and resistance scans that are in the system. Again, I'm what they refer to as a price action trader, which means that I don't focus too much on indicators. I focus mostly on what is the price that I actually that I see. So here's a sample, and I actually posted this one on Twitter today. A sample day trade that I made today, and I'm still in. So Visa kind of put in these equal highs here in the morning. It broke those and then pulled back into them. So I purchased a little bit on, let's just zoom in a little bit more. On this candle right here, put in a little hammer candle right after fighting that resistance area. So I bought some right in this area. My stop just right under that candle right there. And, sold a little bit when we got back to highs, and then have a fair amount left, which I'm just kind of going to draw a trend line on. So just, again, I'm very much a support and resistance guy. Again, if there was one setup, and I'm not telling you this is what you guys should do for all the rants that I've done earlier, but if there is one setup that I could trade across every instrument and every time frame forever, it's prior breakout, pullback, and then a bounce off, and just try to get filled somewhere in this area right here. The thing I like about it is when you're wrong right away. If it breaks back into the zone and closes in that area, it's probably time to get out. So you're risking a very tiny amount. And then if you're right and the thing goes and starts to make a new high, the risk reward is very high, even if the probability isn't that high. I'll use markets or limits. Again, that stuff really only matters to scalpers. If you're not, scalping, then it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
My ears are burning.
Oh, we're talking scalpers.
Michael, it's funny. You talk about the $100 and all. Amazon on the 15th, I'm a big swing trader. Of course, you know that. So,
oh yeah.
So I was bound and determined I was going to swing Amazon. And I think in the pre-market that day, it got up to, I think, 10. I got in at 101 approximately. I got up to 104 in the pre-market. This is when they were talking about how they're going to lay off all sorts of people, and I thought, well, maybe it'll follow the Facebook or Meta, what Meta did when they said they were going to lay off all sorts of people. And look what happened to Meta. I was so convinced that once it got over 100, I did not hold my swing. But there's an example of, something you were saying, I know a bit of, not a joke exactly, but if it gets over 100, it'll go to 120. Didn't happen for Amazon, but I was actually pretty amazed that it broke under.
I think that's generally more like the first time, right? Or the first time in a long time. I don't think they're, now again, it could just be
the first time
trading
in a long time.
wise tail, but I don't think it, this one's on the way down, right? As opposed to on the way up. I think that's
But it was
so maybe that means if it gets through 100 from the top, maybe it'll go to 80. Maybe that's what the saying should say here.
Yeah. Well, it was on the way up. It was 86 up to over 100. I mean, it looked like it was on the rebound, and I just was so sure that people would say, they're laying off like thousands of people, just like Meta did. Look what Meta did. It broke over 100, and it stayed over 100, and what is it, 110 now? But I was actually a little bit amazed that it didn't stay over 100. But that's trading. So you got a question there, from Patrick, I guess you might want to answer.
Okay. Yeah. I for my swing trading, I know you're different, but I just don't like to buy. I don't like to buy stocks in downtrends. I always get burnt personally. Am I waiting for the 5 minute to close? Yeah, usually, but it doesn't matter that much. Basically, we're just going over I'm sure you heard of a trade that I took in
Yeah.
Visa. I know you follow LPG. What do you think of Extreme? I'm not the guy to ask for dividends. That's just what I'll just put. I don't follow dividends. I don't trade for dividends. I don't. I can look at the chart, but yeah, I don't. I'm
Too
not a
fundamental.
fundamental guy at all.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a nice looking bull. That's probably maybe why he's asking. I do own some of this. Again, the same setup that I was talking about. If there's one thing I did forever, right? Had struggle at 18, broke 18, pulled back. I own some of this somewhere around here, but it's got nothing to do with the dividend. I didn't even know they cut their dividend or something. I don't care. Basically, my trade with this is I'm in from around here. If it breaks 19 or it breaks 18, I got to get out. I'll probably scalp some out if we get to 20 and then just kind of trail the rest behind a moving average or something. And that's it.
And that's it. You want to take off
You want
now, or
Barry?
you want to continue talking? I'm really watching this Pally. Just to let you know, really watching this PALI. This was just a great trade. A lot of it's in the room had at the beginning of the day. It just I actually broke a rule. I actually took it in the first 15 minutes when it took out the pre-market high, and man, that just absolutely rocketed higher. But I'm actually watching the way it's holding 5 pretty well, and I think I have an alert set around 5:30ish or so. And I think if it takes that out with any enthusiasm, watching your histogram is sort of dwindling down, so it's not giving any nice bullish candlestick patterns. But if it does take out that 534 level later on, I mean, I think you know what traders are like, Michael. 639 is the high of the day, and we could get a chase, up to that area. So that's kind of what I'm watching right now is the PALI.
Yeah, just these weeks, right? I have a pretty hard rule that on any sort of holiday week, I don't look after like that first hour. I took that. I think the only trades I took, one worked, one didn't. So I took a short on Shopify. I think I'm still in this just as it sold off and then it just kind of popped to the highs. Just because weak on the daily, and then I took that Visa trade, and that's I know that trading Visa for someone like you has got to be the most boring thing on the planet, but that's
What's the
working
symbol? Is
for
that
me.
V?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, $200. Wow, but it looks good. It looks good. It's a great looking pattern now in the 15. I mean, just running, and your histogram is showing all sorts of big bullish candlestick patterns. So yeah.
I'm in at 107.50 ish. So this is the
You
trade I was talking
mean
about with them.
207.50,
Or sorry,
right?
207.50.
I was going to say, my goodness.
So when they put in those equal highs, if you're looking on like a 5-minute chart, the opening high, and then they put in that other high. So then when it broke that and then pulls back to it, that's just my setup. So I just bought it right on that kind of hammer candle at about 207.50 with my stop under that 5-minute candle and sold a bit out. I think about a third or so when it hit the highs of the day and kind of struggled there. And yeah, now I'm just kind of trailing the rest, but I know for sure, other than my swings, I won't enter another trade today just because of that's a pretty hard rule that I have because I would spend so much time before holiday weekends, getting chopped up, right? Because the market would be all choppy and then I'd be all pissed off going into the weekend.
into the
So I
week.
made
Well, especially the stuff you trade though, because I mean, the stuff that you're trading, these more higher priced ones are probably, they're more in tune with what the market's doing. Whereas these, these crazy little ones like PLI, they don't care what the market's doing. And, they've got crazy volume. So those I don't mind trading. I don't care, it could be a minute before the close today, and depending on what I do. But,
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah.
even tomorrow, I mean, people ask all the time, what's it like the day before a long weekend? And I just like you, Michael, if you've been trading for a long time. I've been trading for a long time. It used to be that there's almost no point, maybe in the first hour, and then just, turn off your computer.
hmm
I just don't find that anymore, just because of in these sort of stocks. I'm not talking about the Visas and the Monsters and, the more expensive ones, but certainly the lower float ones that, for whatever reason, are just running on a day. They don't care that it's a holiday the next day, because most people aren't holding them. They're not
Well,
holding them.
and I think that's hugely important. I think that's something you should probably iterate a little bit more. Is just that um, the lower float and the crazier the movement it is, the less big guys you have involved, right? So like what's going on with a Visa right now, and what a lot of what I look to do is I'm trying to kind of ride the tail of the big guys who are buying Visa, and that's why it's got this slow kind of grind up. But you're playing more against retail. So what retail does is they do a lot of trading of kind of the individual securities, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, your securities will be completely uncoupled from the market. It's just whether or not there's kind of FOMO going in. And funny, I would say not only does it not matter, there's and probably what I'll do tomorrow a lot of is I find that these low floaters can go even crazier on holiday weekends or holiday weeks because you have people that generally are off work and
Mm.
they're at work now, right? So
Right.
and those guys
Yeah.
mostly aren't trading Visas and Costco's and that kind of stuff. They're trading the wilder side of the market. So yeah, you can get some crazy moves from these little guys on these holiday weeks for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, my friend, I'll let you go if you want. I'll
Cool.
take over this scanning or the screen right now.
Sure.
I think there I am. See, I got Visa up.
Oh, there
There
you
you
go.
go. I'll
All
tell the
right,
room to
man.
buy
I will
Visa.
yeah, I will see you in the marketing meeting
You
in a little
will.
bit.
Okay, Michael.
All right, talk to you soon.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just let me get my music started, and then I can. I was talking to Michael in the YouTube room. I'm still interested in the PALI for those in the main room, and I like the way it's basing. Around that 520 level. Yeah, I like the way it's basing in that 520 level. Where is it? A PALI. Doesn't mean it's going to move from here, and I'm not going to anticipate that it is, but boy, oh boy, I mean, it's just sort of good consolidation for a stock that is pretty wild. That's pretty good consolidation. You can see though the volume has just kind of dwindled, but it's all relative. I mean, when you look at this volume bar here, I mean, it's still pretty big. It's 332,000 shares. It's only got 1.25 million in the float. On any other day, that would look pretty awesome. But in comparison to what's happened previously, it looks kind of putrid. But you know what? If we get some volume coming in and it takes out that 530 level, I have a feeling, and again, this is not a recommendation, but I have a feeling that if it does do that, you could have a little bit of a run. It did get up to 644 earlier, so yeah. So Brian, I don't know what you meant by that. You just get small dashes. I mean, all I can do is just, I mean, I typed in the DJI, the dollar DJI, and I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, these are daily candles. This on the 15-minute candles. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. You're getting just dashes, small dashes. So the trade of the week did trigger. Okay. It is at 25. So yeah, a little over 25. So, okay. Now, what's energy doing? XLE, take a look at XLE. And you can see exactly why par is up. Trade of the week, DAC is PARR, PARR, par, energy play. So, like most energy stocks yesterday, it did this. Look at the beginning. Now, energy stocks were covered, but now, here they go. So yeah, so par is part of that sector. So if you're, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be following what the sector is doing if you're into par right now, because it's pretty much mirroring it. Speaking of that, let's take a look. You're going to see a huge difference. Let me get rid of my, now we're going to take a look at the change from the open. Actually, not a huge, no, okay. As I remember, yeah, energy stocks were 100% up, 100% up from the close of yesterday. So 90% of them are above their opening trade though. So still strong. Tech has rallied. I think tech was way down here. I believe, I can't remember anymore. Actually, communications was strong, and they're still strong. 85% are above the open. What is weakened, I think, is consumer staples a little bit. I think consumer staples are more. I should take a screenshot so I can do a comparison. Okay, so the Goldman pump of yesterday, ONON, is starting to move. If this 1795, well, guys, I mean, if you can see that if it can get into the 18s, and I'm going to stick an alert there at 18 or so, 1803 or so, you can see that if it takes out 18, the next high is 1950, and then way up here, the 200-day moving average. Now, remember, they put a $28 price target on it, but they also downgraded it from, I think, 35 down to 28. So and the market has been, yeah, remember that first 15-minute red candle? Looked pretty ominous, had a bottoming tail all the way down there. But since then, market has basically, I mean, the trend has been up. You can see a little flag action right there into the VWAP or ONON, right into the VWAP, held and moved higher. You know, I was kind of watching this SCPH. So it's kind of holding these moving averages. The spread is okay now. When I was looking at it before, the spread wasn't great, but 711, 715 right now. Now, why was I interested in this? There has to be a reason. 709 is the next high looking left. Let me get out the weekly chart and take a look. Yeah, 725, 724. What did it get to today or this week? 718. So, yeah, I mean, if it gets through 725, 728, this might have a bit of a run. Let me get that monthly chart up though and make sure or not. Yeah. Look at the SPY. Big, nice move in the SPY also. Pally doesn't look good now, guys. I'm telling you, if he gets back down to these, oh, in fact, look at that. Whoa, SCPH just ran a little bit without me here. Yeah, look at Pally though. You know, speak of the devil, absolutely. But look what it did. It got into the VWAP. The VWAP holding it, but this is sort of in my opinion, a bit of a confidence destroyer. You know, because even if it pops up, you're always wondering, well, can the same thing happen and will it drop 50 cents just like that? So I'm getting less and less enthused about it. Hmm. What's going on with this one now? PRTK had a lot of volume here. This is back at noon, right at noon, it had a lot of volume. Didn't make a big move though, but it did get through the VWAP and now it's starting to run a bit. And the next high looks like that's around 219 and then 225. It's too bad it wasn't a straight shot to 241 without this in between. That could be pretty interesting. APT? Haven't seen that one for a long time. Yeah, isn't this is the uniform or whatever during personal equipment. This was during COVID. Yeah, I don't see any reason, but there is a little bit of a pop, but not very much volume. 144,000 shares. Maybe it's just starting, but and it is a low float, 10 million. You don't see any specific reason. Certainly not Interactive Broker is telling me anything. A, really? Okay, let's take a look at A. Agilent. I see what you're looking at. Holding the VWAP and maybe a pop from here. Just way outside the price range I like, but yeah, I see what you're looking at. Mr. Shady. That's a pretty tight spread too for a $155 stock. 6 cent spread. That's pretty awesome. Well, it's expanded just a little bit, 12 cents, but that's pretty awesome. It's not like it's traded 4 times normal too, and it's an earnings play. I know you know all this, but point out to the other people in the room, this is an earnings play. You're just not seeing too much, guys, that I'm that interested in. Take a look at Bonzo. Let's see if it's basing somewhat. Yeah, not interested. Let's see how the grind's doing. Wow, it's really there's a $8 drop, $9 drop from the high. Hmm. I know I mentioned this PSNY earlier. That was a nice one. Didn't take it. Yeah, we're talking about this just over 7. It's been a nice run. Earnings play on the 11th and just continuation. Okay, if you're a believer in the VWAP, look at DLO, guys, right on the VWAP. 1295, basically just sort of at the VWAP, DLO. Let's see if it can explode through it. If it doesn't, might give us a short. So it's sitting right on the VWAP, and that's DLO. Good volume, two times normal still. So it's, the volume is decent. Not like those those other 2 days where it got absolutely slammed. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm back. So this one, TBLT, I don't know, might have a run in it. Has some news in the pre-market, something to do with Kazakhstan. One of Kazakhstan's largest equipment supplier. Okay, so anyway, they had the news in the pre-market that it popped up all the way to 284, fell right back down to 256. Had another shot at the high of the day, 290, starting to move again, 280. Man, this one is just running now. PSNY, just absolutely running. Well, if you took this one, where could it go to? So the next high is 769 on the daily, and then 787, and then probably right around 8. So yeah, it still has a little bit of room if you took this one. Strong. Look at the volume coming in. The histogram is high. Hey guys, look at Hostess, Twinkies, TWNK. Next low looking left is 2539. This takes out 20. I mean, you're chasing it, unfortunately, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this has just been not an earnings play either. Don't see any specific reason for it. Trying to see if there's any news on this. I don't see any. And there was no clue this was going to happen. It's not an earnings play. You know, with the market, this is definitely running counter to the market. Mm-hmm. You're right, Jack. Sorry, guys, I'm just eating. Just give me a moment. So, guys, I'm going to retire my multi-strategy one, the gap continuation or reverse for a while till we get back into earnings season. Just not getting hardly any alerts now. And again, most of the alerts were coming from earnings season, or earnings plays. So I'm going to retire that probably for, I don't know, a month and a half to 2 months. Then I'll bring it back for earnings. Boy, the volume is increasing too for PSNY. I heard Michael talk about CPRX in the YouTube room while he was there. I heard him talk about that. Oh, guys, Dell, remember we're talking about this one, the 200-day, sorry, the VWAP held. The VWAP held. So if you have been watching Dell for a while, no, it's gone from 42.45, 43.53. Well, this is shortable for me. I know why you're saying that, Zach. This is shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, PSNY. Not many. And it is a huge. I'm assuming those rates only. Yeah, that's a big fee rate. All right, GLBE on the move here. It just took out the high of the day. Just took out the high of the day. Pre-market high was 1954. All right, guys. Again, I'm not getting too much coming through my. Oh, look at the goose here. The goose was around 18 before, so let's see. Yeah, we're actually almost got up to 20. GOOS. Getting colder in Canada now, so maybe they'll sell some parkas. All right, PRVB. Volume is dwindling though, but what has it got looking left? 878. It's got a little bit of room. 878 from 842. A little bit of room. So you're looking to swing like a par, okay? Of course, these are so tied into energy, but hey, you never know what might happen with energy. the price of oil. Yeah, I like this one, I just wish, but the spread can kind of get crazy on it. The SCPH. Look at that daily candle here, just wiping all of this out. Days and days and days, just wiping it all out in one candle. Well, I guess, oh, wait a minute. 2580. So this has got a little bit of room, guys. This Zim. 2580 is the next high looking left. So looking at the daily chart, that's the next high. So it's at 2517 now. So let's just see. Have the big pop on the 15-minute candle. Histogram looks interesting, increasing bullish patterns. All right, let's see if this has any run in it. The next high looking left is 2695, as I said. Is that right? No, I'm wrong. 2580. 2580. Did I take the short, the PSNY? No, I thought you said it was going to hold 750. I did not take it, no. You look like, I think you said it might bounce off 750 and run from there. I mean, I know you're sort of a bit of a scalp short then. You know, guys, if this ONON gets over 18, I may just take a little bit of it and try to, I don't know, swing it. Not going to go crazy. You'd have to put a stop at about 1654. Okay, you'd have to put a stop in that area. Which is the low of yesterday's candle, the low of yesterday's daily candle. Probably have to put a stop way down here. So you're looking at a stop of about $2.50, $3.50. No. What am I saying? 18. Sorry. $1.50. So my expectation, if I did that, I'd have to have a reasonable expectation of making $3 on this trade. So from 18 to, I mean, there's the next high. You know what? I have to talk myself out of it. I mean, it's close. I'm going to put a $1.50 stop on that. So I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 3. And right at 3 is the 200 day. So that sort of talks me out of the trade if I put the stop down here. If I put the stop, yeah, but even if I put the stop at today's low, that's about $1. Winnie, where are you, sweetie? Speech.
Little monkey.
Well, William, I don't know if you're still in your Pally, P-A-L-I. It's kind of hanging in where you bought it. P-A-L-I, I think, anyway. Ah, how did I type that? Oh, you did? Okay. You said you were going to take it, maybe a bounce off the VWAP. Now the VWAP, of course, has drifted down. I think it was up here around 480 before. TGLS. Oh, that's a weekly chart. Let me get back to my daily chart. So 3070 is the next high looking left. And when I had that weekly chart up, it looked like there was a lot of room. Let me take a look at that weekly chart. Yeah, 34. So I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but is that just a statement insurance or are you looking for a response? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you're looking for a response, I really don't have any response to that. All right, guys. So there is a marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock, which I will be attending. Well, maybe this Pally is not dead, P-A-L-I. So again, holding that VWAP, 456, we have it here. Yeah, it's about the same. So it's holding the VWAP. Probably does. Centerpoint probably has the Pally shorts, but it'll be I'm looking here, 82% fee rate. My guess is that Centerpoint has Pally shorts. Well, Zach, so far your the PSNY, yeah, it did hold 750. Looks like it wants to could go higher. There's a red bar ignored actually. So if it takes out that high right there, 772, and starts to move, that would be a red bar ignored pattern. My only issue is 826. Well, there's on the weekly chart. That's the next high in the weekly chart, 826 for PSNY. All right, guys, I took a little loss on the ZIM. I should have taken a little gain, but I took a little loss on the ZIM. All-time high, well, let's see. Getting close. I mean, it's 86%, so it's not an all-time high. I guess you'd have to back this out on a monthly chart to see exactly. Yeah, it looks like here the all-time right up here, 25 2569. But I can back this up. No, okay, so right here. So it's not an all-time high, but I mean I see 2831 on this, as Dak is saying, 2831 up here. Boy, American Eagle is still strong. So this could be a classic, guys, in terms of a second day continuation of earnings. Okay, this is one obviously to follow tomorrow to see if it has that second day continuation. I mean, it's very strong through the 200-day moving average, as long as it holds near the highs of the day. I don't mean take this and swing it. I'm just saying watch it tomorrow to see, if it starts off, strongly, starts off, above, today's high, and it might just keep moving. But as always, let's take a look at the weekly chart to see where it could stall. Yeah, it looks like the next high is around 1588, but if I can get through all that, I mean, the next high is around 18. So I would be definitely watching this one to see if it has that second day continuation off earnings. And that's the AEO. So you could heart it, and, put it so you can follow it tomorrow. Oh, look at Overstock, OSTK. Underneath that whole number, 24, the next low looking left is 2287. This is interesting. There's that. So it's got some room underneath. If it holds underneath 24, and that's Overstock, OSTK. I almost hopped back into Zim. Just going to forget about it. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start fairly soon, so about 2.5 minutes or so. So I am going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and I can answer your .cat question. Give me a moment to get rid of that and get my music back up and running. Okay, so those are Canadian stocks, okay? If you don't want to see the Canadian stocks, measure anything ending in .cat or .cav is a Canadian stock. So all you have to do is go to your alert window or your top list window, wherever you're getting these, and right click and configure, and then go to the exchanges. And then you must have the TSX and the TSX Venture. You must have those checked. When I say, in other words, uncheck them, okay, if you don't want them. And it sounds like you don't want them. Okay? Okay, does that answer your question? Major. I just need a yes or no if it helped you or not, or maybe you can't hear me. Maybe I'll have to ask that question. Can you hear me? Okay, so excuse me. If you right click on your alert window or your top list window, wherever you're getting those are Canadian symbols. So if you right click and click on configure and then exchanges, you probably have the Toronto stock and TSX Venture. You probably have them checked. So just uncheck them. Okay. And then say, okay. And make sure you save your work. Save your work. Otherwise, it'll happen again tomorrow. Okay, great. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So the Pally still could get interesting. Still hanging around that 5 level. The VWAP actually held, you know, that looked worse than I thought it did, but the VWAP actually did hold. So it's the same scenario, guys. I mean, if it takes out this 530 area, 535 or so on some volume, you know, it could get rolling again. That float is so low, and look at the volume, 53 million. So that float is so low that if you get a little bit of volume coming in, it could have an end of day run. And the high, again, the high today was 690, sorry, 629, 639, 639. So it definitely has some room. Novavax, haven't seen this one for a while. Ooh, there's a great break out of a little bit of consolidation for Novavax. NVAX, that's a great break underneath the whole number. What's the next low looking left? Looks like the next low is 16. Is that right? 16. Yeah, looks like the next low is 16. Trying to eyeball these daily charts. Yeah, so guys, I mean, the next low was 1691, so it's at 1686 right now. Then the candle next to it is at 16. So this could be an interesting short, guys. Let's see how well it holds underneath that 1691, because that is the next low on the daily chart. Here we go. Gavi rejects Novavax claim on COVID vaccine deal breach. COVID vaccine online survey rejected and claimed that there is okay. So there is some news. Okay, I don't quite understand all this happening, but anyway, there was some obviously some negative news. There it is, guys. There it is. Okay, let's see. What sort of power does this have to move down now? I'm talking about the Novavax NVAX. Give me one more leg down, just a little more of a leg down. I'm talking Novavax. Hey guys, just, I'm trying to figure out if I just dump it now and to take a small little profit or hold on for something a little bit bigger. And I'm talking, it's interesting because it was down 11% and I decided I went in at the bid and because it was down over 10%, I did not get an immediate fill. I kept it there and it didn't move. The price did not move. And eventually I did get a fill. I don't often do that. Normally, if I can't get a fill within about 5 seconds, I just say, forget about it. But this time I just kept it there for a little bit longer. Again, the bid did not move, so I wasn't chasing it. And I'm talking about the NVAX. Get into the 50s. All right, Man U. Somebody was saying that, wow, look at this. So that's the good news. Ronaldo's leaving. So what are they saving $1 billion or something? So there's Man U, guys. And just got halted. Man U just got halted. So how much do they save? I wonder. Or how much was guaranteed? I mean, I don't know how or football, if JK is in the room. JK is probably not in the room. He's probably watching the World Cup. And now, yeah, now they're exploring a sale as the Glazers seek new investment. That's another new. So we actually had. I mean, I guess that was sort of old news. 1240, 1238. I'm just looking 1220. So it looks like that the news about Ronaldo hit at least at 1236, maybe earlier. And by dumping him, I guess their theory. I mean, he's at the end of his career, so maybe they're just going to save a whack of money. Anybody who wants to buy the company, buy the team, doesn't have to worry about his contract. Took a while though. Well, here's one that's halted on the way down. Feng, Feng, halted on the way down. Mickey, I'm trying to see how many zeros that is. 500,000 pounds a week plus bonuses. All right, well, let's see what happens when Manu opens and where it could possibly open. 1462.15. That's not a good clue. There's the halt, 1462 for Manu. And it got halted at 229 plus 53 seconds. So this will be 234 plus 53 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. So in less than a minute. Oh, I haven't looked at UCL at all today. There's a big one yesterday, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's trying to come back a bit, I guess. I see what you've done here, probably on that bounce. All right. 1, 2, 3, open. Okay, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, unless it opens really soon here. There it goes. Okay, so it was slightly longer. So there's Manu now. Is this shortable? Yes, it is shortable. Risky business, but it is shortable. Okay, just a wild. Okay, stop was up here. Okay, I've covered. I don't know what's going to happen here. This is classic, like a scalp cover here, guys. My stop was at 1541, got in around the 1513, got down to 1476, but this is still pretty wild. Now, if it takes out 1464, that may get me back in. Let me just see. I didn't even know it showed up on your scan there, Zach, but obviously it did. Wow, Feng on the way down, guys. This was shortable too. That's going to halt again, I think. FENG. What's happening with this one? Something, I mean, something's up. No, it's down, but something's happened with FENG. But looks like it's going to get halted. Well, maybe not. Well, they're also saying they're putting at least the rumor is that the Glazers want to sell. So it's not just that. Explore a sale. Be really careful though. See, that got to that area, but then it popped almost immediately. ON, guys. ON. Over 18 now. In fact, over 1803. Well, a little excitement in the afternoon here. I'm just looking for another area to short this Manu, guys. I'm just kind of watching the way it's trading. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just fixated right now on the MANU. So we've got a big topping tail there. We've got a not as quite as big as a bottoming tail here. I still think if it gets back down to that 1460 level, this could do it. Could do it. Remember, it came from 13. So I mean, there's a lot of room in this thing if it wants to give it up. All right, guys, so I'm going to be doing my video in about 10 minutes or so. So I'll be putting myself on mute. MSGM got halted on the upside. You're right. I saw that one too. MSGM. Don't know why I saw it. Not because of the halt. Oh yeah, MSG. Oh, Motorsport. I wonder if there's. I did see this one. It wasn't trading. It was sort of trade. It wasn't trading very much. But look at this. Look at the volume here. Half the volume of the day is right here. And let's see. Any news on this? This is not. Okay. Reverse split was on November 10th. Okay. What day are we now? So 12 days ago. All right. Novavax. I forgot I was in this one. Still in this one. I was waiting to see if I get into the 50s. I guess the answer is sort of. All right. Here we go. Yeah, all of a sudden, so many movers. Exactly. Trying to remember where I found Novavax, NVAX. VRE. Okay, I'll take a look at VRE. Why not? So that's a topping one for you. Okay, wow. Probably could not get it up here, right? That probably went up and down just so quickly. All right, guys, I think I have to leave this menu alone. So there's the MSGM just came out of its halt. So what did it get halted at? 814, resumed at 850. All right. If this takes out 84, oh, it just looks like it's going to get halted on the way down now. Oh, yeah, ridiculously tiny float. Very, very, yeah. Got to be really careful. As always. But it did get halted again on the way down. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. So, let's see, what time is it? 3:50, 2:50. So I want to say it'll be back. Certainly shouldn't be back any later than say 3:10. Okay. Mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. All sorts of mouse problems. The Nanvax, yeah, working not too badly. Let's see if it gets into the 40s now. Has room down to that, what level did I say? 15. Where did I say the next low was? 16. Yeah, the next low is 16. So see if it has any more room to move down. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute right now till the end. I'll be shutting the rooms down at 3:30. I'm still here. If you have a question, please. Well, actually, before I do that, I guess I should one more time just go over my homepage, etc. Some of you may not know that we've got a great promotion on right now. Okay. If you click on my homepage link, oops, looks like I've put it in twice. Okay, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So here is a promo code you can use. Friday 30 for 30% off the first month only, or the entire year. You'll see there are 4 plans. There's an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Okay, so 2,000 for the annual premium, 1,000 for the annual standard, less the 30%. That brings that down to 1,400 and 700. Monthly, you can go monthly, 118, 228, less the 30% for the first month only. So that if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you decide, though, within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription that you do want an annual, we'll honor the 30% promo. And the big difference is the AI. And as always, you got to do that. Let's get started. 10 videos, short videos. See, I have a better promotion for you guys. Daily stock of the day video that I do. I just did it. So you can sign up for it right here. Of course, it's free. Trade of the week. I guess it's working now. PARR. PARR. Let's see if it's still holding over 25. Barely. You know, I mean, this is all to do with, you know, you got to have XLE up and running at the same time. You know, it's an energy play. But that is free. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. All the education is here that you probably need. You click on the user guide. And there's that getting started. Here's alert windows, top list windows, and the racing. You know, more information, of course, but make sure you understand what an alert window is, a top list window is, and the stock racing. Okay, daily support, you know, that's Monday to Friday at noon to 1. Different traders take over from me. Daily webinars, there are no more this week. They'll start next week again. Back to basics, Michael Noss. You may have heard him talk in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He put this together. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, etc. Free resource, so you know, use it if you're brand new. And my scans. Here are my scans. The 2 races that you see, biggest gainers from the open, large cap gainers from the open, pre-market actives up and down. What I use in the pre-market, I showed you Zacks, bouncers, and toppers, and here are the other scans. I've taken off, still is here, but I'm not going to use it for a while probably, the gap continuation or reverse, until we get back into earnings season. So this helps me and the room. If you do take out a subscription, please use my link, and then here's the promo code you can use. Again, it helps the room and it helps me. Also, you save my link, you can have access to my scans anytime you want, and also all the education. So I think there's a lot of information on my homepage. So save the link. Okay, I'll put myself on mute now. But I am here. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay. Hello, Audrey. Welcome to the room. There goes the ONN guy. Oh, sorry, ONON, along with the FDMT. These are the two big Goldman stocks right now. Look at the volume that came in to FDMT. Its high yesterday was almost 25. And ONON is moving from that Goldman upgrade also. Okay, so Audrey, unfortunately, I cannot help you with an account issue, but I can certainly we have people there. So I'm going to give you the homepage link and I'm going to show you what you can do. Unfortunately, I cannot help you. I'm not in it. Well, we don't really, calling in is not the way to do it, okay? If you click on the homepage link, so click on the homepage link that I just put in there, okay? Click on that link. I'm sorry, not that link, not that link. Well, your link, yes, but I have to get the right link in the other room so I can show you what you're going to see. Your link is fine, the TI homepage. Okay, so click on the link. And where it says questions and answers, click on the questions and answers and then ask. Click on the ask and just say exactly what you just told me. Make sure you give them your email address that you use to sign up and they'll take a look at your account, okay? We're not really set up for for phone calls, okay? Most of this stuff can be handled by email. So all you have to do is just say, hey, I'm having a problem with my account. You say your account is not set up and they'll take a look and but just give them the email address they use to sign up so they can take a look to see what you've done. It's possible that you didn't fill out the exchange agreements or something like that correctly. I mean, I'm just going to, I don't know, of course, but unfortunately, I cannot I cannot access your account. Okay. But there are people there. There are people in accounting are there. So somebody should be able to help you. All right, guys, out of the Novavax, I was hoping it might get into the 40s, but it didn't quite do that. But it wasn't a bad little trade. I guess I'm not on mute anymore. Okay, I'll put myself back on mute. Again, I'll hop back on if there is a question. Oh, sorry, I just seen your question now, Nolani. Well, I don't know. I mean, what is sustaining it? I mean, you're talking about the Pally. What is this? What is sustaining it? Why it's not really losing the VWAP? I mean, I don't want to be flip, but I mean, obviously there's buyers. I mean, there it. Look how many shares is traded: 57 million, 1.25 million in the float. Had some news this morning. Fast track designation for its drug from the FDA. So I mean, what's sustaining it? I mean, I guess the news is still out there, and traders are somewhat interested. As long as there's buying right here, I guess it won't drop until it does, until the buying really dries up. Does it help, really? Okay. But I would say it doesn't look good. I mean, it's barely like fingernails, into that VWAP right now, and that's about it. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute again. What time is it? 3:19. So I'll be shutting both rooms down in about 5 minutes. So again, any questions, please fire away. I'll always stay later. If there are questions, I'll always stay later. Okay, can I pull up the histo for BBY? Best Buy, yes. It looks like. So, well, it's dropping on the 15. However, I mean, it's moving higher on the 5. So I suppose what you could say, if you look at this 15, man, I have a problem with my mouse here. I don't know if it's dirty or. I'd like to see that bar get a little bit bigger, but look at the 5 on the 15, the 5-minute chart with that histogram, certainly strong. And then you asked about Burlington. If there's any discrepancy. Yeah, no, I would say weak. I would say weak. I mean, they had all the high bars here flattened out right now, so nothing. So it's kind of flat right now. And on the 5s, sort of drifting down a bit. Nothing dramatic. I mean, it's still a strong stock, obviously, 20% up. That looks it for Pali, guys. Pali. I was saying was hanging on with its fingernails onto that 200-day moving average, but looks like we're slipping away. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut her down now. So tomorrow is the last full day in the week. For those of you who don't know, maybe you're in Europe or excuse me. Anyway, tomorrow, Thursday is American Thanksgiving, so the market is closed on Thursday and only open half a day on Friday. For the life of me, why don't you guys reverse it? Half a day on Thursday, a full day on Friday. But anyway, so tomorrow's the last full day, and then only another half day after that. So we'll see what happens. See if there's, people ask all the time, well, does it get really, really slow? In my opinion, I mean, what can get slow, of course, are the large cap stocks that everybody follows, but we're always seem to be able to find these little pallies and things like that have low floats. They don't care that the market's closed the next day. Okay, give me a moment, please. I want to get a new mouse here. Okay, it's smooth. All right, everybody. Just get my script together. All right, well, thank you for all of the help all day long, as always. The room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And goodbye, YouTube.